Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome one more time to the SitRep podcast. I am your host, Oriskany Jim. How you doing, everybody? We already have a great audience today. Thanks very much, everybody. I know the World Cup is playing. I know. Nevertheless, thanks everybody for coming out. This reminds me a little bit of the episode we had during our Doctor Who Sunday. You're not going to get any viewers because Doctor Who has his regeneration scene. Dude, we had like a record audience that day. So thanks very much, everybody, for coming out. Like I said, I'm your host, Oriskany Jim. Today I am joined by a special guest, Mark, from the South Florida Miniatures Gaming Club. Mark, how you doing?
Excellent. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. So if you have been watching our channel recently, you've seen some of Mark's handiwork on the table. He's designed a number of pretty awesome systems, I'm not going to lie. We are talking about Micro, Mag, Mark, Alex, and Grandpa. Actually, that episode isn't out yet, but you'll see some of that very soon. Also, Tactical Combat for World War II, where I totally won the Battle of Peleliu all by myself. That was completely all my work. My three teammates had nothing to do with it. I'm just kidding. I was like the Taylor and Charlie on that game. I was on the winning side. So very much, a very warm welcome, and thanks for trying us out here virtually.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to this. I played this game, this scenario or situation in a couple of different systems, so I'm interested in trying this system for the first time as well.
Yeah, this is what we're looking at here, clearly by the title slide, is Second Battle of Guadalcanal. This is a pretty famous one for students of the Pacific War. It's one of, I think, only 2 times in the Pacific War battleships got to fire on other battleships, on the high seas. And it's definitely a pretty nasty one, to be sure. Jen, just do me a favor when you get a chance. Let me know if Mark is too loud or if I'm too loud, how our sound balancing is. It sounds okay to me, but I want to make sure it's cool for the audience. John, I was only kidding. John's on the chat now. He's like, "What the hell?" Yeah, I totally took complete credit for that. You did not fight half the Japanese table all by yourself, John. That was just me testing.
I'm an impartial bystander on that, so I won't weigh in one way or the other.
Oh no! Like I said, I was the guy who showed up after the battle was practically over, looking around at all the destruction and wreckage, going, "What? It looks like you guys had a hell of a fight here. I'll plant the flag. It's good." Wow, that was tough. Whew, time for some coffee. Everyone else is being carried off the field in pieces. Especially poor John's platoon. Okay, but anyway, what we're looking at today is another run of Hendrik Jan's Seijmonsbergen's, hopefully I came close to saying that right, Naval War. The link to his website is in the description of this video. It's a great World War II naval combat game. We've tried it before a couple times, both way back in 2017 for the 75th anniversary of Midway. More recently, we did Savo Island physically. That was a bit of a rough stream. I was trying to play 1.5 rules with 1.0 components and the 1.0 rulebook. I had a physical rulebook, so I kind of had my foot in both buckets there. But this time, we're doing it virtually, complete 1.5 rules, clean start, and we'll take a look and see how it goes. So we've talked a whole bunch about the Solomons in previous episodes. It's my favorite naval campaign, and for anyone who's interested in starting World War II naval combat, or pretty much any naval combat not in the Age of Sail and Wood, take it from Big Papa Oriskany, start here. There's a lot of battles. They're generally small. They're surface gunnery, which is the good way to get into naval wargaming, especially if you're used to more ground-based wargaming systems. And unlike the rest of World War II, the odds are pretty even. So this is very fertile ground for people who are used to other kinds of war games and might be interested in some naval games, especially in World War II. I'm sure, Mark, you've been all up and down the Solomons and God knows how many naval combat games.
Probably 7 or 8 scenarios. At least 3 surface ones leap out in my mine just around the Guadalcanal area, and obviously there's several pretty good carrier battles, Battle of Eastern Solomons, and things. So yeah, I enjoy the Solomons, and even getting up closer to Raval, and there's some nice naval actions up there that are cruiser destroyer actions.
You get up toward like Rennell Island, and up in the early 43.
Yeah,
and it's also pretty good because, as you can see, the islands are close. So there's, believe it or not, a little bit of terrain on your table. A lot of times people shy away from naval games because they see a big blue carpet on the table, and that's literally it. That does make sense for battles like Midway, Philippine Sea, but once you get into these little island chains, it gets close, and you can crash into stuff. There is terrain to hide behind. It becomes a little bit more of an issue. So super fast for our audience. August 7th, 1942, the Americans are making their very first pushback. We've won some naval battles up until this point, but now we're actually going to put boots on the ground and try to start pushing the Japanese Empire back the other way. We started off here on Guadalcanal. There's a whole bunch of reasons why I won't get into. The Japanese took issue with this, and they started reinforcing their troops on the island by sending these troop convoys, very heavily escorted. They finally stopped sending transports. They just started sending the troops on warships down what they called the slot, on what the Americans were calling the Tokyo Express, because it was that regular, that efficient. Supplies, ammunition, troops, fuel, you name it, they kept sending it down. The other part of the Tokyo Express was to shell and bombard the American airfield that was on Guadalcanal, which was the only way we were kind of clinging on by our fingernails here. Was Henderson Field and the Cactus Air Force. So the Japanese couldn't challenge that air power directly. They didn't have sufficient carriers to do that, and Rabaul is too far away for lighter bombers that maybe could reach. So what they would do instead is they would send first heavy cruisers, then they started to gamble on battleships or battle cruisers down here into what they called Iron Bottom Sound, and they would just start shelling the absolute daylights out of these people. The idea being, if you can keep the airfield down, you keep the Air Force down. And that was what they were trying to do tonight, the night of 14 to 15 November 1942. So there were two Japanese, I say battleships in air quotes. They were originally laid down as battle cruisers. They were later rebuilt in the 20s as battleships and then refitted again in the late 30s as, quote, fast battleships. It doesn't really matter. You've got Kirishima and one of her sister ships, Haie. Haie, I think, sunk earlier today.
On the 13th.
Okay, so a day and a half ago. Sorry.
Yeah.
So right now it's just Kirishima. This is why they call it the second naval battle of Guadalcanal. There was another battle about a day and a half ago. And some of these ships that will be in today's game are still bearing the battle scars of that. And it will have a bearing on today's scenario.
Yeah.
So here is a very small thing we did for our episode 14 of the Ops Center, where we go over how naval combat, especially on the surface, works in the Pacific. And it's a very, very high, this is Rabaul that Mark was mentioning before. This was like this huge Japanese super base where they just had god-awful assets, troops, air bases, naval bases. This was kind of the linchpin of their empire in this part of the Pacific. And their job was to just keep sending down support and supplies down here to the western tip of Guadalcanal in hopes of ejecting the Marines, that's 1st Marine Division under General Vandergrift, and pushing the Americans off of Henderson Field. Originally a Japanese airfield, which we've taken, and we're now using to exert a certain amount of air dominance over this area. So that's generally what's happening here. These are the big ships we're going to see in today's game. USS Washington, she's definitely the belle of the ball, as we will see as the game gets started. We have the Kirishima, because every game needs bad guys. Sorry, Mark. And then we have poor South Dakota. Oh, South Dakota. It wasn't your fault. South Dakota should be the most powerful ship on the table. She's newer than Washington. She's got the same armament, the same guns, probably a little bit more advanced. In fact, she's only 6 months old. She was only commissioned in March of 42. This battle takes place in November of 42. She's got some issues, and we'll get into that as we go. Don't expect too much out of South Dakota. Otherwise, it would be two new battleships commissioned 41 and 42 in a battle that takes place in 42. against Port Hiroshima, commissioned, back in 1915.
1915,
And technically not a battleship, still technically a battle cruiser. So this would be a curb stomp, except again, South Dakota is deaf, dumb, and blind, to put it mildly. We've got some paintings of how the battle took place. It takes place at night. The Pacific War is dominated by the carrier, dominated by aircraft, as we all know. Here's a problem. This weird thing happens in the Pacific about every 24 hours. The sun goes down. And back in these days, night strikes weren't really a thing. So that's when all the battleships came out to play. The carriers did their thing and, flying around, bombing people, and the sun would come down, would go down, and almost like vampires, like these heavy cruisers and battleships would just seethe out into the water and cause all kinds of problems. And what was interesting about the Solomons is friendly land-based air power is close enough to where if you time it just right, holy hell, the Japanese got good at this. They would time it so they would come down that wall and they would be just entering range of American air power as the sun was going down. They have a limited amount of time, engage, shell the airfield, land troops, do whatever they're going to do, and then get the hell out of there about 0200 local so that they would be back out of American range of air power before the sun came up.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
If I'm not mistaken, they even stopped. They even had a staging point where they get midway down the slot and they staged from there, so they could kind of forward deploy some things from Rabaul to make that kind of high speed run into Guadalcanal.
Yeah, it had to be
in and out, in and out under the darkness.
Yeah, because their air power from Rabaul, which we couldn't really challenge yet, we'd get to that, but at the time it would like go out to about here. Meanwhile, our air power goes out to about here, so there's this little bit in the middle where nobody, like a no man's land of air power. They would kind of, like you're saying, they would kind of stage in there, and then when that sun was getting ready to go down, they'd set flank speed, haul ass down here. They had at least 3 missions: engage enemy American warships, bombard Henderson Field, or land troops and supplies, part of the Tokyo Express. Sometimes all 3 in one night. And then, usually it's about 0200. So if you ever play a game here on the Solomons, folks, again, Mark, I know you played 100 games in the Solomons. When you play in the Solomons, the Japanese will often have a hard turn limit. Like, they have to turn around and haul ass on turn 10 or whatever. And if you ever see that in a Solomon scenario, that's why. Because anything, this is what happened to Hiroshima sister ship 2 days ago, Haie. She got the crap kicked out of her overnight, and then she's limping home. She's lost half her speed. She does not make it. She is still in range of American air power when the sun comes up. And by the time breakfast is over, she's, done.
Yeah, ultimately scuttled, I think, too.
They got the crap kicked out of her. Like, she was never coming back.
Yeah.
So again, I've got 2 battleships. They're much newer than his. Okay, one of my battleships is on the Fritz, but we'll get into that. USS, I almost said New Jersey. USS Washington should be able to win this game by herself with one hand tied behind her back. Problem, Type 93 long-range torpedo. This is Mark's big ace in the hole. So, everyone thinks of torpedoes. They automatically think of submarines. Not in the Pacific, my friend. On the Atlantic as well. But the Japanese Type 93 long-range torpedo, holy crap, a ship killer. One of these things will sink almost anything I have except the battleships. It's already sunk a bunch of my destroyers. We'll get into that. It would break a light cruiser in half. It would cripple a heavy cruiser with one shot. There's that very famous picture of USS New Orleans, I think from Tassafaranga, where the front third of the ship is blown clean off. How the hell they got her back to port, I'll never know. The ship ends right in front of number 2 turret. It's like this.
And through 43, virtually all the ships the U.S. Navy lost were either to an aerial or a surface launched torpedo. I mean, it wasn't the gunnery or the bombing that was doing the damage, it was the torpedoes. Yeah,
torpedoes are it's hard to hit with torpedoes in this game. It's a little easier for Type 93s because this game gives them a hell of a range bonus. But if you do hit with a torpedo, my battleships will definitely feel it, but anything less than a battleship, you hit it with one long lance, that's pretty much game over for that ship. A mission kill if nothing else. A destroyer, forget about it. The ship doesn't so much sink as pieces of the ship sink. So it's pretty rough. So we've done our research for today's game. People who are familiar with this history, either now or later on YouTube, might have some questions about what I chose to include and not include in today's game. In order to keep the game manageable, I drew a box about 20 miles by 12 miles, and we're sticking only with what happened within that box. The second naval battle of Guadalcanal unfolds in generally 3 stages. We are starting at the beginning of stage 3, so the battle is already in progress. So some of these ships are already gone, some of these ships are already crippled, some of these ships are already sinking, and we'll get into that. But this also kind of cooks down the number of ships we have to deal with. Also, a lot of more summary resources that you can find online or in books will just literally list all the ships under both sides' commands, and then people try to cram those ships into the game, when more detailed sources will show you that that wasn't the case. They were detached in different squadrons or task forces doing other things. So I will get into what all that is right here. Whoa, I'm on the wrong section of the map. Okay, so here is our map for today's game. I have unfortunately already moved. Why did I do that, I wonder?
There we go.
Oh no, I flipped the 2 sides of the map around. Okay, no worries. I'll clean this up in just a second. In fact, I'll do it as I'm talking. I got rid of your star shells. I'm sorry, Mark. I wasn't trying to cheat.
It's okay. No, it's okay.
Well, you have to watch me, because I will make total game mistakes, and then people, I mean, they're kidding around, but people later in the game will be like, you're totally cheated there, right? Okay, so this was the setup area. Red for the Japanese, green for the Americans, the approximate locations of the fleets at about midnight, pretty much right at the stroke of midnight, 14 to 15 November 1942. This is the historical locations. We were allowed to sort of change our formation if we wanted to within the setup areas. We both chose not to. So we're just going to go ahead and go with our approximate historic start locations.
Correct, yeah.
So these other guys here are ships that are technically there. So if you do a Google search, if you read about the battle, you will see these ships listed. There's a reason I'm not including them. They've either already fought and are now retiring. You'll see one of them is already sinking. Or they are detached doing other things. So right now it's just these 2 squadrons for the Japanese player and these 2 battleships for the Americans. This one last destroyer, which historically she was already kind of heavily damaged, but I'm sure Mark was going to fix that in a little bit. And then the rest of the American destroyers, the rest of the American destroyers were already hit and sinking. So the American destroyer squadron, 4 destroyers, was pretty much blown out of the battle in like 20 seconds. Slightly exaggerating there, but not much. Not even really by the battleships, by Nagara and all of her destroyer screens and the heavy cruisers. So that's already happened. I have them on the map, number 1, just to show they're there and to defeat the rivet counters that might come after us later. And number 2, they do serve a game function. They can block line of sight, and they are navigational hazards. In fact, some of the heaviest turns that the South Dakota and Washington would take in the course of this battle were to avoid running over survivors. And they got so close that survivors swimming in the water were able to yell up to the deck of the Washington, "Go get them, boys, get them payback for what they did to our destroyer," or whatever, and people could hear them. So, yeah, they're still on the table. They still have something of a game effect, but yeah, they're definitely out of the game.
When they can absorb, I mean, if I do manage to get off the spread of torpedoes, some of that damaged and or sinking stuff could absorb some of those hits, protecting the South Dakota and Washington in the rear.
I'm gonna have to be very careful about how I position my ships. Once I get past them, probably not, but the way torpedo spreads work in this game, you have to lay down the torpedo template. Might as well show that as long as we're talking about it. This is very, very carefully scaled, guys, to the designer's original templates. So I think that's is that the American one or the Japanese one? That's the Japanese one. There's the American one. You see the Japanese one is much bigger.
Yeah, I like that.
It's in the rules, yeah. And what it does is you just slap this down. I mean, wherever the ship would have to be a little bit closer. Right now we're out of range even for our long lanes. And then anything in that cone is subjected to that fire. So right now, yeah, to your point, those destroyers aren't eating up torpedoes that would otherwise all be focused on the South Dakota.
Yeah.
Cool. So we are technically already started our turn 1. I will catch up with the chat in just a second. We are technically already into turn 1. Mark is playing the Japanese. He has 1 initiative. I am playing the Americans. He has spent his first order token on a gunnery activation for the Kirishima Squadron. So that is Battleship. I'm just going to keep calling her a battleship. Battleship Kirishima, Heavy Cruiser Otago. Technically, the flagship Admiral Kondo is aboard the Otago. And the Takao have fired the Kirishima. Well, first, the Kirishima had to fire her secondary batteries on a star shell because this battle does take place at night.
So I use my 6-inch secondary battery to do that.
Yep. It's got a range of 50 centimeters. Boom, it landed right about here, and it gets a 10 centimeter radius. So now he can see any target that falls inside this little light cone here, or this little sphere of light. Great, and then that allowed the rest of his main batteries to fire 8 inchers, 8 inchers, 14 inchers. He did score 2 hits, so once the ship scores a hit, he is considered ranged in. And then you get a bonus. You no longer suffer penalties, is what I should say. From there on out, your gunners have found the range. So we do have to keep track of that. That's why those white lines are there. I have to keep track of what ships have registered hits on what other ships so that we can properly assess their effective rate of fire. You'll notice Otago does not have a white line. Otago missed. So Otago has not found the range.
So the rate of fire until you get ranged in is half.
Yep.
So I had, I guess, the Kirishima had 4 turrets of 2 guns. So I had a 4 rate of fire normally, but I only got to use 2 because I wasn't ranged in. So now I am.
Yeah, the exceptions to that, just before anyone gets surprised, if you're within 20 centimeters, I don't think you need to range in. That's close enough to where your guys can just shoot. Also, if you have radar-controlled guns, I don't know why I felt compelled to mention that. Might be because my admiral is Wilson Augustus Lee, Mr. Radar Gunnery himself. He practically invented the art. Yeah. So, cool. All right, so both those ships now have these little shell splashes next to South Dakota. Again, there were 2 hits scored. My armor barely saved me on a superstructure hit from an 8-inch shell. A 14-inch shell hit my waterline, but my armor belt saved me there. And we're done with that activation. So that's one of your activations used up. Okay, and now, go ahead.
Goes to your activation now.
Yep.
Correct?
I am spending an activation to learn how to adapt tactics. Actually, yes, I am. Okay, back over to you.
I'm going to move my destroyer squadron. It's the Nagara, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to move that, and I want to go just 20 degrees to port, and I think I have a movement of...
Those ships are fast. Even Nagara. I think it has a speed of 20. I think it's 20.
You have a 10. 20.
20. So yeah, Nagara, I mean, she's a 20 points.
So I have to move. Yeah, I'm going to move 10 forward.
All those
and
ships.
And then 10 forward at 20 degrees to port.
All right, so center of the ship, the little blue dot. That's your first 10 centimeters, and then you're turning.
Yeah, I wanted to go to port.
Okay.
Yep. 20 degrees.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's good.
All right.
And everybody else is following this maneuver.
Totally.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah. Then I'm going to go. I think if you scale back out on the map a little bit.
Oh.
I want to go. Forward another 5 centimeters on that line, and then I'm going to let's see. At this point in time, I can do a maneuver, correct?
Yeah, you can continue maneuver as long as you never make a 90-degree turn more than a 90-degree turn at once, and your overall bearing does not change by more than 90 degrees total.
And I want to go 45 degrees to starboard, moving the last 10 centimeters. Wait, is that let's see, 10, 20?
Hold on, give me a second.
25. Yeah, that's right, 15.
I'm just going to start over. All right, so good. That's your first 10.
Yeah. Then I went 5, and that would give me 5 more.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So your 5 was, that's right, you turned 20
The
degrees.
last 5 is to go 45 degrees, to starboard.
All right, he's setting up a broadside. Probably of torpedoes. So 45 degrees from that would be not quite, about straight south, right?
Yeah, just about.
Okay. All right, so the movement rules in this game, again, we just kind of sort of described them. After that, everything is done by the squadron. So you don't have to measure each one of your ships. You can break it up if you want. People in the chat, you don't have to. In fact, it's kind of advice if you don't. However, if your ships are not within at least 10 centimeters of each other, which here they clearly are. Whoa. Actually, it wouldn't do that. This guy would have been a lot more like this.
Yeah, he would be. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. You wind up with your squadron is no longer in cohesion. So your orders are not to individual ships; they're by squadrons, and for the most part, there are some special orders that we'll get into. So that's kind of how that works. The problem is once one of your ships gets too far away from the rest of them in the squadron, he is no longer part of the squadron, and now you have to spend order tokens on him individually, which you can do, but you use up your order tokens a lot faster that way. The game encourages you to keep your squadrons together in actual tactics. All right, that was just a basic maneuver order. There was no special order on that.
No, you don't get to launch gremlins at.
So no disruption, no worries. That was nope, wrong thing. There we go. There was one on maneuver. So you put the order token, guys. Where the order was spent. There's another one on gunnery attack that he did earlier. I spent one on research.
Down to the bottom, yeah.
Which is kind of weird, but it's how certain special orders work. I want access to this special order.
Yeah.
So I have to go ahead.
Now I would have an opportunity if I wanted to try and obstruct that special order, correct?
It's 3 tokens to research. So I'm just doing the research now. Once I have it unlocked and I try to use adaptive tactics, hell yeah. Then you can totally disrupt it. Which is weird because it's a reaction. So you would be doing an order. I'd say no, you're not, because I'm going to use adaptive tactics to cancel your order. And you say no, I cancel your cancellation, and we both go through all our order activations super fast. Yeah, so that's probably something really important. All my ships are in one long-range torpedo spread. I better do something about this. You're really going to use up all your activations? Hell yeah! Because if I don't, my whole fleet is sunk. Okay, so that was his second activation. I now go to my second activation. Rinse, repeat. I'm trying to, number 1, make him go first. And number 2, unlock this one special ability. This other special ability for everyone in the chat, radar firing solution, is a huge one. Normally that takes 4 tokens to research. Fortunately for me, my fleet is commanded by Admiral Lee, who, again, at least in the American Navy, pretty much invented radar-controlled gunnery. We'll talk more about him later. I don't want to stall the chat. This guy is a bona fide badass. We'll talk about him later. I don't want to screw up the chat too much. All right, so before we go to your third action, let me catch up on Mr. Chat here. Cool. Jen says, thanks very much, Mark, for keeping Jim busy. I love it when he finds a new game. Yeah, please go game somewhere else. When Jim doesn't have a game to play or good people to game with, he gets miserable in the house and he becomes a pain in the ass to put up with. John, about Peleliu, I'm just kidding. That was me just testing whether or not you were listening or not. John took out the biggest gun before we even had a chance to fire it. This is true. That first off-board mission landed right on top of that 6-incher, I think it was. Was it a 6 or an 8? I think it was a 6.
Well, they had a let's see here. They had a 75 millimeter up on that hill, and then they had a 5-inch,
It was a
120.
5-inch. Yeah.
Yeah, it was 120 millimeter, I believe it was. Yeah.
Bernard says, IGN ships Kirishima and Hai were battle cruisers. They have changed designation. They were designed as battle cruisers, had no right tangling with battleships. Yeah, designed and built, laid down as battle cruisers. They later upgraded, air quotes, so take what you will on that, in the 20s to what was considered a battleship at the time, and they were refitted again in the late 30s to make them, quote, fast battleships. But I take your point, they were easily 25, almost 30 years old by this point, which for a battleship back in those days was a long time, and they only had 14-inch guns, which is fine in the Atlantic, when they thought the Bismarck was scary. I still don't know why. But in the Pacific, a 14-inch gun just ain't gonna cut it.
Yeah, so they were hard-working ships in the first part of the war because they were trucking around with the aircraft carriers and made it to Pearl Harbor. They were all over the place. They
were some of the only battleships fast enough to keep up with Cuba Batai and the fast carrier fleet. So yeah, like old Nagato. Shit, she'd be huffing and puffing, 400 miles further back, kind of like she was at Midway. Much bigger, heavily armored 16-inch gun ship, still pretty old, and just couldn't keep up.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Congo was in part built by the British and became a Japanese ship. Vickers was involved in that, but I think by the end of the class, Kirishima was the last launch. It was an entirely a Japanese build in the home islands off of a British design.
Yeah, they were I'm not sure when, or I know when, but I'm not sure where, or whether sometimes British engineers were in Japanese shipyards helping them. They were definitely all British, either British designs or influenced by British designs to the point where they might as well have been British designs. I think one of the big things for the Congos was ships were launched in 1915, then Jutland happened. And the Japanese took one look at what happened to the British battle cruisers at Jutland, and they said, we're going to have to address that. So either the end of World War I or very soon after, all these Congos get refitted. Ostensibly as battleships. Whether or not you would consider them battleships, Bernard, I take your point. I'm calling them battleships because that's what the Japanese were calling them at the time. If they were battleships, they were definitely old and poor ones. They were still pretty quick, so yeah, they're probably still functional battle cruisers. Tuffy Ear says, hello, it would be funny to joke Jim is muted. Would it be funny to joke that Jim is muted? You guys can hear me, right? I don't think I'm muted. Or she's just playing with me. That's cool. KRL43, always nice when troops get sent out to Shakedown during live combat. Yeah, so South Dakota, again, she was commissioned, so she was supposed to have already gone through her Shakedown cruise, either before commissioning or very soon after. But even that's only March of 42. This battle's in November of 42. The American battleship construction program probably got a little bit of a kick in the ass because of what happened 4 months previously. And it was, what, we need all these battleships that were under construction. How about we put a little bit of chop on this action and get them out. I'm still trying to test this electrical panel. Hey, just solder it up and put the cover on it, you're fine. And then they put the ship out in the ocean and they wonder why it doesn't work. Cool. They should have been anti-aircraft support ships for the carriers. That's kind of what they were up until now. If Nagato was at Guadalcanal, how interesting it may have been. Yeah, if Nagato could reach Guadalcanal. Again, with her 22 knot, cruising speed. But yeah, 16-inch guns here versus 16-inch guns would have been a much more of a fair fight. All right, so we're caught up more or less on chat. Let's go ahead and kick off with your third action.
Okay, I'm going to continue on with my destroyer squadron, and I want to go one more basic move.
Okay,
the
destroyer squadron's taken a maneuver order. They can't take another maneuver order.
Oh, okay, sorry.
They can fire guns. They can fire torpedoes. Yeah.
Okay, so I believe
You want me to zoom in a little bit?
I'm going to go ahead and I don't think that template's going to get in there, so I'll go ahead and do. I'll do a move order with my Kirishima group.
Okay.
So I haven't done a maneuver order there.
No, not at all.
And I'm going to move just 10 straight forward. I think that's the maximum move on the Kirishima.
Kirishima was
if I recall. It's pretty fast, but I think it was 10.
Pretty fast for a battleship. Or fast for a go away. Japan, Kirishima, 15. So yeah, your battleships move like heavy cruisers. Your light cruisers move like destroyers.
Yeah.
So this is a pretty fast fleet, if nothing else.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and it looks like 10 is probably where I want to be.
Okay.
I'll just go out here to 10.
No worries. Yeah, you never have to move a certain speed. This is not like
right.
some other naval games. Alright, that was another basic activation, so I cannot disrupt it. Cool. Sweet. So it wasn't, you're out of range anyway, but just so that you make the best use of your special naval abilities, you do have a special order called Torpedo Run, where you can move and fire your torpedoes in the same order. You don't have to spend another action later to launch torpedoes. You can only spend one spread per ship, and it's can be technically disrupted, so there are limits to it, but just so you're aware.
Yeah.
All right, what I should do, though, is I might have to find a different way to keep track of this. But for now, it's working. All right, cool. So, over to me. I'm going to spend my third and last required thing to unlock my stupid ability. Okay, Adaptive Tactics is now unlocked. You have one more activation left.
Yeah. And this is where I...
You can pass. Because there are activations like damage control, some others, there's no one's damaged yet, but if you can pass if you want. And then if I pass as well, that's the end of the activation phase. Therefore, both sides, the activation phase can end with both sides having at least a couple activation orders in their pocket.
Yeah. Yeah. No, and I want to go ahead and continue on with let's see. I can't actually do a maneuver, and I don't want to actually fire, so I would have to move down with the torpedo run, doing a normal maneuver, and then launching from there at basically in the direction of South Dakota. So if I do the torpedo run,
well, you can launch
this.
Okay,
go
ahead.
I would actually move forward with the Nagara group, going maybe 10 centimeters down, which is the normal move portion of the torpedo run, and launch from there. Correct?
Yeah. The problem is that that's technically that's a maneuver order, and both fleets have now taken a maneuver order.
Okay.
So next turn, you can say, okay, I'm going to use torpedo run special action, and that replace. So how the advanced orders work is they usually replace a basic order.
Okay.
So I can just do maneuver, which nobody can disrupt, and there's no dice rolling. Or I can say I'm going to do the fancy hot shit maneuver order, which gives me extra speed, extra turns. I can fire weapons. The problem is I might disrupt that, or you might fail the roll.
And I think, is this the destroyer? Is that the Preston? Is that the most northern? So I could, if I wanted to, try gunnery with the Nagara and my lead ship in that squadron at that destroyer.
She's already sinking, but yeah, she's a valid target, but she's already eliminated.
Okay. But she can block my line of sight, correct?
Well, even if she's sunk, which she is already sunk, she remains in place. Because the ships often took like hours to sink.
Okay, good enough. I won't worry about it then. Okay, I'm just gonna pass at this point in time then.
Okay, I mean some ships do have some broadsides if you want. Forward guns can probably hit. If you're still aiming, that's a close one. I would probably get cover bonus for that one, but and also only forward guns, so he'd be down to a quarter rate of fire. But Nagara and Shirayuki can score some hits, or Quinn is still there. Quinn's a valid target. Or Gwyn,
Yeah, I'm
I should
looking
say.
at that. Oh, okay. So it's underneath of the blue line. I see it. I'm sorry.
Alright.
Yeah, I'll shoot at the Gwyn.
Okay. Any
So-
special? You can either fire torpedoes or
No, I'm going to fire guns.
Alright,
I'm going to stay
basic
with
gunnery
guns right
attack?
now
you're in.
because I don't want to waste a torpedo and then have to deal with a reload.
No worries.
So
Because this is all small ships, or mostly small ships. I think Nagara is a medium ship. I'll look that up in a minute. I'm just, don't ever forget about these special orders. Work those guns could potentially work here. All small ships in a squadron using guns less than 8 inches get the rapid fire rules for the rest of the turn. So I think with rapid fire, you don't have to worry about ranging in.
yeah.
If you fail, it just becomes normal gunnery. If you roll a 1 or a 2 and it's a critical failure, it's
I think I'm going to
normal-
stay with regular guns. Yeah,
Okay.
I like that idea. I think I'm just going to stay with regular guns for now and try to range in on the Gwyn.
no worries. Okay, so the first ship is the Shirayuki, which is here. She's not ranged in. Oh wait, she has rapid fire anyway. Never mind. All right, so you don't have to worry about ranging in. You've got both batteries that can come to bear. It looks like, holy crap, well, that's ASW. Still, 4 for your aft batteries, 2 for your forward batteries, 6 total dice. Oh man.
I get half because I'm not ranged in,
Yep,
so it's
so it
going to be
becomes
3.
3 plus a d20. All right.
Correct.
Cool. Here we go then. More gunnery. Oh, my dice wasn't turned on. Sorry. But that is. Oh, my target to hit is, I believe, because it's a small ship. You're shooting at the Gwyn. Target score is 6. Again, we're at night. You're not ranged in. I am in the star shell radius though. It doesn't matter. A 6 is a hit.
So I got 1 hit.
Until you get out past 60 centimeters. Then a shot can technically become impossible. But cool, yes, that's definitely a hit. It's in area number 6. Here on the 20-sider, you roll all that at once.
Right.
So it's a hit on my superstructure with a 5-inch gun. Oh no. So, yep, superstructure. Cool, let's see if it gets through the armor. It might actually do it because this is a very poorly armored ship. It's a little destroyers are poking at each other now, folks. My armor score is only a 3. No, that's my. Sorry. My armor score is only a 3. Your ship has a power of 7. So I have to roll a d6 and basically try to get a 4 up.
Yeah.
Because I roll, for people in the chat, I roll a d6 for a saving throw for armor. I add my ship's armor score. There it is. And I'm trying to tie or beat his ship's power, which is the 5-inch gun. So make sure I show the camera this time. A 2 plus a 3 is a
Not
5.
enough.
Not enough. Plus, I forgot superstructure -2 off my armor rating anyway. Either way, I totally failed to save. That is damage. It only does damage of 1. That's a destroyer. So first of all, Mr. Gwyn takes a point of hull damage. He doesn't have that many. And on top of that, let's see what else has happened. So zooming in, that was on the D20, that was a 6. 8
That's,
turrets
no,
there.
that's okay.
Cool, so that's 3 dice. Mark asked me to roll his dice for me, so no one can yell at me if Mark gets terrible die rolls.
You're doing well so far.
Yep, that was a 6, it fell out of the box. So again, that's going to be 1 hit in Sector 19. I think 19 is pretty juicy.
That's good. So
19 is weapon systems. Reduce armor rating by 1 only for shots at extreme range and for bomb hits. So that's basically plunging fire. That doesn't apply here. My armor stays at 3. Your damage is 7. Get the camera out. A 3
won't
plus
do
my
it.
3 becomes 6, which fails to tie your 7. That's still a hit. All right, so it hits. You hit number 19.
Primary weapon system.
Primary weapon.
Right.
We knocked out one of my 5-inch guns.
Nice.
All right, cool. I'm just gonna go. Technically, it's randomly set up. I'm just gonna put it because of the way the ships are oriented on my forward gun barrels. So I've knocked out one of my 5-inch guns. I've gone from 5 down to 1 on my forward 5-inch guns.
Now, does it do anything again to the hull?
Yes, thank you. Every hit automatically does a hull point.
Getting closer.
Oh, yeah, these destroyers don't last long.
No.
Turn 1, dude. Turn 1. Okay, so... And both ships have scored hits, so both ships are ranged in. So this might get a little aggravating, guys. I might find a different way to do this, but in this game it's kind of important to track which ships have hit which other ships, because there's a bonus for that, or technically not a penalty for that. All right, the other ones, Hatsuyuki and Teruzuki would be shooting through friendly, so that's not going to happen. Azugumo does have, a squeaker line of sight, so I would get cover bonus. You're ranged in, or you're still ranging in, and you've only got forward batteries. So it would be 1/4 of your forward batteries only.
So it'd be 1 die.
Yeah, you've already paid the order token. There's no reason not to take it at this point.
Yeah, I'll roll just to see if I can get ranged in. 1 die for 6.
A 1 is going to be a miss, and
that's good.
Well, it missed anyway.
And I think that's the end of my 4th action. So you have, right?
Yep.
My 4th action order.
Yep. Now you still have, if you want to spend them, your 3 tactical orders, but those are 1 and done. So.
Yeah. No, I'm going to save those.
Okay. I've got 1 normal action left. I think I might finally do something though. Now that I've got my silly little thing unlocked. I think I'll just fire forward guns. Oh, here's a quick thing I gotta do for South Dakota. South Dakota actually gets to maneuver. Okay, guys, so the USS South Dakota was not having a good day. Let's just put it that way. Okay, there had been a battle, I think, Mark said on the 13th. The South Dakota was escorting USS Enterprise, carrier USS Enterprise. Took a bomb hit forward from a Japanese dive bomber. Didn't do much damage because battleship versus high explosive bomb. However, it did put a big gouge in 2 of her forward 16-inch guns. They measured it. They saw how deep it was. They looked at the discoloration of the metal. They sent all this information via radio all the way back to the Navy Ordnance Department, I think back in Washington, D.C. And they're like, you built these guns. They couldn't send a picture because no one had iPhones in those days. It was basically, look, this is the hole we have in our gun. Is it safe to use? And they took the measurements, and the ordnance guy said, and the engineers said, I wouldn't fire anything through that gun if I were you. So basically, I lose 2 guns out to South Dakota starting off. So pre-existing battle damage from a recent engagement. In game terms, that means my rate of fire on my forward 16 inches is pretty badly reduced. Far worse, South Dakota was having a hell of a time with her electrical system. She fired all of her main guns, again, in earlier battles and also earlier today versus that battle up east of Savo Island. And the guns were so powerful, the shockwaves were so bad, it blew out the ship's electrical system. Like one system would go down, they would reconnect that, the other system, the circuit breakers would trip, they'd fix that. Finally, the engineer said, I'm sick of this shit. He tied down with a bungee cord or something all the circuit breakers. South Dakota fires again. The circuit breakers can't trip now because genius. And the entire ship goes dark permanently. Like every fuse in the ship blows up. No power steering. You're not going to manually steer a friggin' 45,000 ton battleship. So no steering, no communications, no radio, no radar. And yeah, you can't traverse the guns. There's no hand crank inside a 16-inch gun barbette like there is inside a tank. That gun barbette weighs at least 2,000 tons. You're not swinging those things around by hand. So I have a special rule where at the beginning of every turn, I have to roll a d6. If I get a 5, I can actually maneuver. If I get a 6, I can actually maneuver and shoot. So right now, the South Dakota has some steering. However, she cannot fire. So at least I know what I can do. I'm going to go ahead and take a gunnery action for my task force. South Dakota is not going to shoot because I can't. And I don't even know if I'm going to do that because I don't think I have line of sight on anything. South Dakota's kind of in the way. Do I have any lines of sight? Hell no.
To measure line of sight, you have to measure from the middle of the ship to the middle of the ship, and then either from the back of the ship to the other back or forward to the other forward, but not so that they cross.
It's bow to bow, stern to stern, center to center.
Yeah.
If you get at least 2 out of those 3, no, I literally don't have anything.
Yeah.
Never mind. I guess I'll take maneuver order then. This is Ching Li. I'm coming through.
Coming through.
By the way, guys, and people in the chat, I didn't make up that nickname. Okay, it was 1920. It was a different time, so everyone relax. It was a nickname he was apparently very comfortable with. He used it constantly. Yeah. Nowadays, it would be considered more than a little pejorative. But
it was his Annapolis nickname, I believe.
Yeah, so even before 1920, back in whenever he graduated.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Ching, I'll stop calling him that. Li, Admiral Li, he's not Chinese. It's Li like General Robert Lee. For some reason, they thought he looked part Chinese. He always had like this little bit of a sniper rifle squint in his eye. And so they gave him that nickname because that was the limit of their intelligence in those days. Nevertheless, he adopted the nickname. He liked it. This guy was like, I can't remember. How many Olympic medals did this guy win in the sharpshooters? He took on, he was the U.S. Navy's Vasily Zaitsev. He took on like 3 snipers in Veracruz and killed them all while they were trying to snipe him. He was just insane. And then he was like the Navy's top gunnery expert. They gave him a battleship with what he considered 9 16-inch sniper rifles. He used them as such. He's just an absolute badass.
Yeah, but that was I believe that was he did a radio signal and used that name.
Oh yeah.
And the other naval commanders understood who it was, but more importantly, they knew he was on the Washington, so they knew that aspect of it. It was a quick way of communicating the Washington was in the battle.
Oh yeah.
If I remember the history right.
These ships are sinking pretty much in their historical locations. These ships are in their beginning positions. You see Washington here is in the back. And he did something a little different than what I'm doing, but it's generally the same. He basically just rolled up like through the middle of the battlefield and he was like, hey, I'm coming through. Stand aside. The actual historical message is, I'm coming through. Stand aside. This is Ching Li. And everyone else said, get the hell out of his way. Do not get in that man's way. Trust me. Trust me. Oh, see, now I literally moved him in the same way. All right, so I have to move at least 5 inches forward, or 5 centimeters. Now he's in the way, but he's faster.
Yeah, they're like 15s or 20s, aren't they?
I believe American ones are 15. They might be 20. I'll take 20. 20, sweet. Cool, that's fast enough for him to scurry out of the way.
Yeah.
Turn 1. 45 degrees or so. There's another 10. I don't want to get too far away because I got to stay within cohesion distance.
Yeah, 10, which is 10 centimeters.
Yep. I'll use my other 5. Cut that in a little bit. All right. And then at the very end of his thing, he moved more than 90 degrees total, but his final bearing is the same way as it was. That's the rule as written. Yeah. I would really love to be able to select that, but it's not letting me. Too many other. Oh, there we go. I finally got it. These two ships still have him ranged in. All right, USS Washington is okay where he is. God damn, South Dakota, you're like blundering in the way here. This game gets kind of intense when your ships start getting in each other's way.
Yeah.
And the rules do specify some small things you have to watch out for. Like you're not allowed to turn until you've moved at least 5 centimeters. So there's 5 centimeters. He's got a 15, right? When he's working. Yeah, 15.
I would imagine so. Yeah. I think the only time is if we do a hard turn. Is hard turn allows you to move in the initial move?
I don't think so. It allows you
No?
to end at more than 90 degrees away.
9.
Like you can make 2 90-degree turns.
Yeah.
Oops, it's too much. So there you guys see in the chat, I did a 45 and a 90. You can only make a 90 at once. You have to have at least 5 inches between each turn, and your final bearing cannot be more than 90 degrees from his initial bearing. Was what the object was there. All right, cool. So that's the end of my maneuver. It was a basic movement, so no worries there.
Can we move the gunnery, the ranged in, to the South Dakota?
Oh, thank you. Yes, I will have to do that. It is important to track. The Gwyn was right around here. Gwyn, not that it really matters. All right, cool. And that's going to be it for my movement. Cool. So I think that's the end of the activation phase. We've now used up all our activations. Remaining activation phases includes damage control. Roll a d6 per fire or flood. One causes an additional. Yeah, so there's a bunch of stuff. Okay, so remaining actions are things that happen even if you don't give an order. So we've used up all of our orders. Unless we wanted to dip into our Admiral's tactical orders, I don't think either of us want to do that yet. So certain things happen even without other activations. So yes, I do have some remaining activations. Or maybe I don't. I hope I do. So remaining activations. You can do, there are basically 3 what they call remaining activations. Damage control, compulsory movement, and repeat/rapid fire. So repeat fire is if you are ranged in and that ship did not use a fire order earlier in the turn, he can go ahead and fire again. So an additional benefit is like ships like Nagara, Shirayuki, Kirishima, as long as they're still firing on South Dakota or whatever ships they have ranged, that's why it's important to keep track. You don't have to use a fire order. The gunners don't stop shooting just because you didn't tell them to shoot again. They'll keep doing that until you tell them not to. So you can do that. You can keep fire up on pre-existing ranged fire without investing an order token. So the game gets a little bit heavy as we progress because we can do more things without spending additional orders. You're also allowed to do that if you have the rapid fire rule, which all my 5-inchers do. And I think some of my ships are going to fire their secondary batteries. Except I managed to put myself where everything's blocked and South Dakota can't fire. South Dakota would love to fire her forward 5-inch guns at, like, say, Shirayuki. However, my guns are shorted out and I still can't hit anything. Everybody else is still blocked. So, okay, never mind on that.
Yeah.
I will go ahead and remaining activations phase don't require any orders. I'll take damage control on my poor destroyer. Cool. So, damage control. I have to roll a d6 per fire or flood. There's no fire or flood. I can try to fix a system. I have to roll a 4+. If I roll a 1, there's some sort of an explosion. So I have to roll a 4 up. I'm going to try to repair that 5-inch gun.
Yeah. And I think the Shirayuki has 1 rapid fire on the Gwyn as well.
Okay.
After you resolve that. So you rolled a 5, so that's gone.
The hull damage remains in place, the hull points. The Americans only have a special order that can actually remove hull points. You know, like the only Navy that can do that. But I have to use a special order for that, and I didn't use, even though it's in the damage control phase, I didn't save a special order for that. It's a special order, so it always requires a token, is the short answer.
Yeah.
Okay, so if there's someone with right range of fire on the Gwym.
Look at the Shiryuki. Does it cross the bow of that damaged, is that the...
Okay, well first, Shiryuki already took a fire order, so he would not get to use...
Well, it has rapid fire guns.
Yeah, and he's already fired.
Okay.
So what rapid fire allows you to do is fire, even if you didn't spend an order activation.
Okay, I see.
But he spent it, yeah. That's the kind of bonus that accumulates round over round. That's why we have to keep track when he's annoyed.
Yeah. Now, did you want to do anything with the Japanese ships that are still in here, or are they retiring?
They're pretty much out of here. I mean, the American ones I'm keeping in there because they're obviously causing problems. But these ones are so far out of the way that they're pretty much... I mean, I doubt anyone's going to get up here by Aranami. But yeah, these guys are hauling ass out of here. That would kind of be, to your point, I guess, part of the compulsory movement phase. All right, so I don't think you have any... Oh, you do have some damage. You do have one ship that's got some damage on it. I just can't find it right now. What the hell happened to it?
Was this from the prior battle?
Oh no, it was my ship that. Oh, you said you wanted to fire some. Never mind. I misheard what you were saying. All right, so I think that ends the turn.
Turn one.
Turns out I don't have any repeat and rapid fire. I've got plenty of ships that are eligible, but they're either blocked or they have electrical failures. Dude, Shiryuki should be so dead right now. South Dakota's secondary guns.
Yeah.
But I don't have power to them. End phase, apply fire or flood damage. There's no floods, no smoke. The flare goes away. Resolve torpedo spreads, no torpedoes run the water. That ends turn one.
And we go to the all-important initiative roll for turn two.
All right, let me catch up on the chat here. That's something that isn't said often, well, except about irradiated creatures. I don't remember what you were talking about there. USS South Dakota, brought to you by Microsoft. It's still uploading updates, or downloading updates. It's having a problem here. Apparently, no one told the engineer, says Jen, that fuses are there to blow, so the other things don't. Yeah, that engineer thought he was doing the right thing. Turns out he didn't. But that's okay. Okay, so we're on turn two. We'll just go ahead and say these guys are out of here. Oh no, I deleted the world. I'm Thanos. Oh, I didn't mean to do it. That was your one and only Marvel reference for today, guys. I'm not a Marvel guy.
There it is.
All right, cool. So nobody's got scouting planes because it's nighttime. No one's got scouting ships. We're already engaged in combat. Let's just go ahead and roll. Blue for the Americans. The Japanese win initiative again.
Ooh, there we go. You've been rolling very well for me.
There you go. Awesome.
Much better than I would have done for myself, I'm sure.
Cool. All right, so...
Okay. So now we've got 4 actions, right? And each of us get the 4 actions reset each turn, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And the way you calculated the actions in this is we've got each have a squadron. We started out being engaged in the battle, which gave us another action. So 2 squadrons engaged, and then we had an officer here, right? That was just the way we got our 4.
It's if we're going by the 1.5 rules, which greatly reduces the number of order activations. It actually helps because before I think we were getting too many. In version 1 of the game, we were almost getting too many. Like I couldn't think of what to do with half of them. But here, it's 1 per squadron that has a flagship. We both technically have 2 squadrons. Most of the first American squadron is already sinking, but I technically do still have 1, and each battleship can be considered a squadron. So yes, I've got 2 basic squadrons. His 2 squadrons are much more clearly defined. No worries there. So that's 1, and that's 2. There's one called battle stations, which is when you've landed your first shell and your first hit. Here's the good news for both of us. This battle started off in progress. 4 ships, in fact, are already sinking. So battle stations has already been sounded, clearly. That's our third order, and then we get up 1 for each. Our commanders actually give us 1 per turn. So that's how we got the 4. Then you get disruption tokens equivalent to your opponent's activation markers. So he gets 4, so I get 4, I get 4, so he gets 4. It's pretty simple. It's kind of a small scenario here.
Yeah.
All right, so you spend the first order of activation.
I'm going to go ahead and fire with my Kirishima group. Looks like I have a window between my Japanese destroyers, the American destroyers, to hit South Dakota again. And then Otago is going to try and kind of range in on this fire as well. So that group's all going to fire. But I've got to start out by firing a star shell from the secondary guns of Kirishima to be able to see you. So I believe that's what, 50?
From my 6-inch gun is 50. It can be any out of any secondary.
Yeah, and they're 6-inch guns, so it's 50 centimeters from Kirishima out.
Yeah, so anything out to 50. So you can pretty much put it wherever you want.
Yeah, so I'll go approximately between the South Dakota and Washington, since I did see Washington last turn.
We'll shift it slightly south. You have all 3 active American ships.
There we go.
There we go. Cool. All right.
That's my secondary battery from Kirishima that lit up the American squadron.
All right, so that will be, so you had to give a fire order to do that. Well, you might as well go ahead and do the rest of the fire order. Yeah. So, move these out of the way. So, yes, your first one this turn is a straight out gunnery attack. Basic order, I cannot disrupt it. Okay, cool.
Now, Kirishima is ranged in, so I get my full broadside this time.
Oh, Lord, here it comes. Here it comes. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
It's 6 dice, I believe.
It is 4.
4.
2 on the forwards, 2 on the aft. Everything else is either secondary or anti-air. Yep.
Yeah.
They're 14-inch guns. So it's 4 plus a d20. Chance to hit me remains 5. Hold on, let me check that. So, but the chance to hit me, guys, for people in the chat, is the target score of the ship. South Dakota gets a 4. No worries there. .45 centimeters.
Yeah, so we're not over 60.
So we're no longer over 60, so extreme range does not apply. +1 at night, but -1 for the star shells. Yeah, I think it stays at a 4.
Yeah.
I can't find anything else.
So 4 rolls for a 4 plus a 20-sider.
Yep. Oh man, this might actually suck. All right, here we go. Oof, look at that roll. I am rolling well for you. What the hell?
3 hits and a 2. And a 2 is a superstructure.
So what superstructure does is it reduces the armor by 2. The ships can't have super heavy armor everywhere, everyone in the chat. So whatever my armor rating is, I have to reduce it by 2. So my armor score is freakishly high. These ships were like castles. However, he did hit like this conning tower and the little bridge and the navigation bridge, the flag bridge.
Yeah.
So my armor goes down to a 2, goes down by 2. Wait, did I actually read that right? It's a 1 or a 2 always. Okay, so my
1 or 2 always hits, but then you're reduced because it's superstructure by 2. So your armor score is a 6.
Armor rolls always fail on a 1 or a 2. Damages cat by 2 per hit.
Yeah.
I don't know where it says it reduces.
I thought superstructure was a softer part of the ship, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, that might be a version 1 rule. You know what? We'll keep it because you're right. It totally makes sense. I think that might be I've said it a couple times now too.
It might not be in the quick reference section. It might be in the book.
Okay, so just for now, we'll go ahead and keep it because I'm pretty sure that's. If it's not the rule, it should be. All right, so I go down to a 6. Your penetration is
11.
So I have to roll 5s.
Yeah.
Is the point. Cool. So that's probably why I left it out. The rule almost becomes redundant. I have to roll a 5. Oh, here I go. I get 3. You hit me for 3, right?
Correct.
Actually, I'm doing this totally wrong. How much damage does each ship do, or does each shell do? Japan, Hiroshima has damage of 3. You scored 3 hits. I have to roll 9 dice. You don't do it by the shell. You do it by the total number of damage. That way, the armor can take part of the shell.
Okay.
But it's a little bit more granular. All right, so I still need 5s. I only saved for 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points of damage I've gotten through. That's not good. What did we see? That was a 2-hit location?
Yes.
That was pretty dramatic. Because the reason I'm groaning is you're now in the top damage column. 6 plus damage caused. That's why it was important for us to fix that. You hit on number 2. If torpedoes are still on board, blow up one. Weren't you saying never throw your torpedoes overboard?
Yeah, I couldn't do that as a Japanese player. I was reading that in the book. There's actually a helpful hint from the designer, which, I kind of enjoy reading that. In the first paragraph of this particular section, it said the gamers should maybe consider jettisoning torpedoes before entering into action. And I'm thinking,
Well, for the Japanese, where the torpedo is the only weapon they have that's worth a damn.
But it is an interesting part of the game. So in this one, but let's see, what was the roll? It was a 2. So
it is a 2. Yeah, so I'm saying literally that's right where I was hit. The problem is
otherwise secondary guns, AAs, are damaged.
Lucky for me, right? South Dakota doesn't carry torpedoes.
Yeah, so it's going to go to AA guns. It's going to get shifted to that.
Again, A's hit randomize if flights are on board. Oh, South Dakota's already destroyed her own search planes. I'll tell that story a little bit later.
Yeah.
Start a fire for each flight. Okay, so no flights were on board, no fire started. I just lose a crap ton of
secondaries.
Well, also
AAs.
six hull points. Yikes.
Yeah, well, you've got hull points though.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Command check. I may have just lost that captain. I can't remember his name. So whenever you just count down the bubbles, when you hit one of these ones with an X in it, it basically causes a command check, which is kind of like a morale save. The ship might decide the hell with this and take off somewhere. Okay, cool. And I lost. I took 6 points to my
AA batteries.
So there's only 3 hits there. I'm just gonna mark the whole thing off. Boom. Because it's 1 bubble per hit. You did 6 hits. Once you get down to 3, the system's out. So even if every single anti-aircraft gun on the ship isn't knocked out, obviously these ships were carpeted with anti-aircraft guns. The directors, the radar, the control room is definitely toast. Also, AA guns won't really be in this game. All right, so I do have to make a command check. Good thing for me, my commander is, again, I am coming through. This is Chico.
Yeah.
Who's absolute kind of a badass. Large size ships, I need a 5+. So that's pretty good. That's on 2d6, by the way. Yeah. I do have to take 1 off of my roll because I've now hit 1 of those command boxes. So it's not just you roll the command rating, that's a large ship, medium ship, small ship. Basically, I have to roll 5+ on 2d6. It's pretty easy. However, you do take 1 off of your roll per one of those little X boxes that you pass, so that it becomes harder to rally the ship as it continues to take additional damage. So now I'm looking for, long story short, take your first shot, a 6+ on 2d6. Barely.
Ooh.
Barely.
Okay, that made it interesting.
So the XO may be in charge of the ship. And the XO's like, all right, 180, we're out of here. And Xing like, no, you're not. I didn't just hear that over the radio, did I? I got my rifle right here. why she could totally get a rifle shot on South Dakota's
there you go.
bridge from here. So you better think about what you're saying on my radio. Okay, so that sucked. You have other ships that also have that same line of sight.
Yeah.
Otago is still ranging in.
Yeah, it's still ranging in. So I believe it was 3. Doesn't it have 6 guns?
Otago starts off with, make sure I'm not stealing anything. Otago starts off with 8, goes down to 4.
Oh, 8 and 4.
Yeah,
Okay.
3 plus those 2. I'm looking for 8 inchers.
Oh yeah, there you go. Okay, I see it. Yeah.
So, because you do have to be broadsided, right? Oh hell yeah.
Yeah.
Literally. Cool. So it goes from 8 down to 4 with a D20. The range is 50. You're within range. There's no penalties. Yeah, I think this is pretty much it. All right. So force. She's a big ship. Hey! Everything misses.
Okay.
Oh, I like it. So
And you might as well stay on that picture because the decal's going to shoot as well, and it's ranged in, so there's no reduction in rate of fire.
She still gets all
Correct?
8 dice.
She gets. This is a great ship.
Oh yeah.
This was my favorite class of Japanese cruisers.
Japanese heavy cruisers are gold.
Yeah,
the light
they're
cruisers are ass. Well, they're not. They're just built under a different idea. They're basically glorified destroyers. But Japanese heavy cruisers are. I've done Savo Island. I know how bad Japanese heavy cruisers.
Oh yeah.
All right, here we go. Looking for 4 still. Cool. That is 2 hitting on number 11.
Yeah. That's fine. Pile it on. Let's see what we get.
So, number 11 is engine room. Oh man, that's not good. Alright, so the Takao is firing 8 inchers that do 1 point of damage apiece. I'm not worried about that. Power 9. So there's no armor. Reduce armor by 1, but only if the shot's coming in from extreme range. So plunging fire through the deck. Basically hood shots. That's not here because we're within extreme range, so the armor's the same. I'm pretty sure everything misses. Or it doesn't miss, I think it pings off the armor, because if you're not hitting a squishier part of the ship, your power is 9, my armor is 9. Even if I roll a 1, I tie your penetration value.
Yeah.
So the only reason those heavy cruisers are shooting is if they hit the superstructure or some other
That's right.
rather lightly armored part of the ship.
Okay, that's good.
However, she maintains her ranging in.
Yeah.
Sweet.
I'm happy with that round of firing.
All right, cool. That was all 3 of those ships. That takes care of that squadron.
Your turn. Your initiative action.
Right. I moved last turn. Cool. So I can move again. I don't know if South Dakota can move. Let me see if South Dakota can move. Come on, give me a 6. A 6 would be so sweet. If I got a 6, bro, the front half of the Nagara squadron is toast. Come
We'll see how the engineer's doing.
Take that damn bungee cord off the breaker switch, please. 2. All right, I am moving straight forward. South Dakota is now completely powered down. She will literally just drift. She's going to barely miss the Venom, which is kind of what happened historically, and she's just pretty much going to blunder forward. She will do that in the compulsory movement of remaining actions phase. So, okay. So now I know the status of the South Dakota. I was supposed to roll that at the beginning of the turn. I will now see what I want to do with my other ships, and I am going to pick... I'm going to go ahead and pick flank speed. Do I need flank speed? Let me not use it if I don't need it.
That's an advanced maneuver in this game.
Yeah. Actually, no. I will not take a hard turn. I'll just take a normal maneuver. As I think I can get where I want to go. Actually, no. I will take a also just to show how it works. I will take a flank speed. Okay. Are you going to contest that at all?
No. I'm going to let you do that.
So now I have to roll a 2+ on a d6 to carry out my successful flank speed. Oh my god, of course I rolled a 1. So I failed the base roll. That's a critical failure. So normal movement and a random ship in the squadron takes an engine hit. Hopefully that's the Grim. Or Gwim. Oh lord. Alright, so let me take my normal maneuver. Where is my 5-incher? Seriously? Where the hell is it? Let me grab it from the other turn. I might have deleted it by mistake. I have to move 5 before I...
Correct. Before you can turn.
So let me straighten that out. So using the point at the end of the 5 there is my measure. And then from there I do 10. All right, there is Miss Washington. And then she will turn a little bit at the end of that, just so in case she gets crippled, she doesn't hit the friggin' island. Oh, cool! It took the. Took one of the little things with her. Okay. Now, let's see which of those 2 ships took the engine damage. Odds, it was the Washington. No, evens, it was the Washington. Odds, it was the Gwim. Sweet. Alright, Gwim takes an engine hit. Poor Gwim. Gwyn, I keep getting the name wrong. Engines, boom. Speed is now down to 15. Because she just blew a cylinder.
Yeah. Yeah.
She just threw a rod, man. Alright, so all my engineers are just having a great day today. But that's okay. Alright, and that is my busted ass order. Hey, at least I moved out from under that searchlight.
Correct.
Not that it super matters, but... South Dakota, because your ship don't work, you're just going to sit there and just absorb rounds all day. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Now I have, as my next action, I could either move the Kirishima group or I could fire or move, but not both, the cruiser group. So
yeah.
I have 4 orders. So if I move once, I can shoot that same group once only as well. So I think I'm going to take the Nagara group.
Okay.
And I'm going to move forward. I'm just going to use a basic maneuver, something that can't be intercepted, and I'm going to move with the rest of the ships in the squadron following. I'm going to move a total of let's see what it looks like.
Pretty
maybe like
straight south.
Like 15 is probably what it is.
Oh,
is that 10 there?
That right there is 5. So
that's
far.
5. Okay, let's go 10 total. We'll see.
It's straight.
Yeah, I think that's going to bring the whole squadron in line. There, we'll just go 10.
All right.
I think everybody else will probably be able to fit in that. Let's see. Drag him down.
God bless. Well, I'm gonna have to move this anyway, so just get out of the way.
Yeah, those things are.
All right.
As far as I'm concerned, you can take those off because we just know that
all right,
the Gwyn's all banged up. We can take it off and clean up the administration side of the game.
Right. Or I'll just write it down on a notepad or something. Like what has.
Yeah.
He's got counters where each ship's salvo has a letter on it. Like there's a little puff of smoke you put on the side of the ship, and then you put a splash with the same letter next to the target ship. But now that I've tried it like that, and the game board gets covered with those.
Yeah.
I was hoping this would look a little bit more visceral, but it's starting to become a little bit of a...
Yeah. And then there we go. And he would have been turned, yeah.
Yeah, they all had enough to make the whole turn. All right, so any turns after that, or are they just stopping at 10?
No, they're going to stop there.
Okay, cool. Sweet.
Like I said, you can drop those lines off down to the Gwyn.
Yeah, let me write this down before I forget, though.
I've got it on a sheet of paper.
Oh, you okay? Cool.
Yeah, I've got it.
Oh, gee whiz.
That is, of course, if I survive the secondary fire from Washington at some point in time.
So, Hiroshima has Washington. So does Takao. Has Washington. Meanwhile, it was Shirayuki.
Yeah. You could just drop the two that go to the Gwyn.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
What I'm
So Kirishiki has the Gwyn. And what was the other ship that had the Gwyn?
Nagara, the
Nagara,
cruiser.
Yep.
Yeah.
Has the Gwyn. All right, cool. I will go ahead and remove them all now because they're getting annoying.
Yeah.
All right, awesome. Sweet. So that is it for the maneuver phase. It's now over to me, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, I might take a fire phase. I'm not sure why. I just might. Washington has at least the back half of that column broadsided.
Well, I'm kind of banking on the fact that you're not ranged in, so you're going to have your shots at me. Unless there's a range in under 20, is it automatically ranged in?
If you're under 20, you're automatically ranged in.
Okay.
I haven't rolled it yet, but I would have to roll a radar firing solution. Negates the use of that. A radar firing solution does not need ranging shots, auto splash counters, and using full rate of fire. If it's the Washington, it goes down to a 2+ because, Admiral Lee.
Yeah. I think my 10 cans, I'm going to make a contribution to Iron Bottom Sound here, I believe.
Yeah, I think I'll go ahead and do that. Okay, I'm going to use radar firing solution. Are you using any? I'm going
to try to play one of my
one of your disruptions.
Disruptions. The Ghost Spirit disruption here into the game. Yeah.
So for people in the chat, once somebody uses one of these more advanced orders, either advanced, reaction, or timed orders, one of these either advanced orders or fleet specific orders, like use the ones strictly for the Americans, hence they're in blue, strictly for the Japanese, hence they're in orange. The enemy can try to disrupt those. So it's a little abstract, it's a little gamey. It basically gets players yelling at each other over the table. We don't actually have a platoon of gremlins on the other guy's ship pulling wires out of the panels. Although the South Dakota, we might. I mean, we still haven't figured that out. What's going on with South Dakota?
Kind of the concept of the hit and the saving roll. Now it's I'm playing the advanced order, and I'm trying to stop you from doing it.
So you're allowed to use up to 2 on a single order. Every one you use increases the target by 1. So the way radar firing solution works is, first of all, this ability, I normally have to invest in it to unlock it. Here I have unlocked it because I have Admiral Lee as my commander. It's one of his special rules. It starts off unlocked. I have 2 ships, well technically 3, but 1 can't fire. I've got 3 ships in my squadron, but only 1 ship gets this benefit. Everybody else shoots the same. I am playing it on the Washington, clearly. So the Washington is going to go ahead and roll a 2+. Now it's a 3+ because he has spent a disruption token on it. So come on, man. Barely made it with a 3. Woo! That was awesome. That was close.
Yeah.
All right, so radar firing solution is now in oh boy. Now I get to say it. Ready? Stand aside. I am coming.
Yeah, there it
This
is.
is Ching Li. Kaboom! For anyone who may be of a certain descent, again, it's not me. It's literally the historical. Anyway.
Yeah, it's a nickname from the dates back to the turn of this last century, turn of the 19th century, right?
Yeah,
19th to 20th.
12. I think he ran
Yeah.
Indianapolis. All right, so center point of the ship, I need a 45-degree angle. I'm just trying to see what is technically broadsided. Okay, so Shirayuki's not broadsided. Everybody else is broadsided. Even Shirayuki's close. But I don't want to shoot at him anyway. I'm going after Mr. Nagara. All right, cool. So there's an actual dedicated template for that, but we know what a 45-degree angle is. Oh, lordy. All right, I'm hoping. So what this, Mark? I think you may be right. We may have lost the stream.
I think so. I'm going to do a check here, local.
Right. Thank you. All right, guys. We may have lost the stream there a little bit. Sorry about that. But it looks like we are back now. Sorry for all this little bit of technical problem here. But he's taking a look at something anyway. Let me see if I can find this rule here really fast. Oh, for crying out loud. Yes, I know all that. Where does it describe? I think we went down, but we're back.
Okay.
Oops. Okay, so it just says broadside, so I'm gonna take the 10.
Let's see. Do I need to do screen share? Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Wow.
Am I not showing my screen? I may not be. That's
I
me.
just see your face.
That's me. All right, hopefully we're back now.
There we go. Looks like something's changing. Well, maybe not.
Oop, there goes the dice. I'll find it later. At least one miss. Wait, that's a smaller ship.
Do you have a screen share button you can hit?
Yeah, am I not showing my screen?
No. I don't see it.
Oh, maybe I hit the... Should we be looking at my American destroyers?
Right now I've got a blank Skype screen. I can see your picture in the upper left-hand corner, but I don't see anything. There we go. Here we go.
Which is a little bit of a delay.
Must have been a delay.
Sweet.
Okay.
All right, so that was the secondaries on the next ship. I've got a 6 always. Wait a minute.
6 is a hit. 5's a hit. Is
Hold on a second. Yeah, what's up now? What is it?
I wanted to see what was on your screen.
All right, let me catch my breath here, guys. We had a bit of a technical issue here. Cool. Thanks very much for coming back. Yes, we're all out here. We went down a little bit. Hopefully it's back. Oh, we're back to 6 people viewing now. Okay, cool. Yeah, that cost us about half our audience, but that's okay. All right, my chance to hit is supposed to be for a destroyer. It's really high. I think it might be as high as a 6. Some of them are 6s. Target number is 6. So 6 reduces to 5 for point blank fire. I need a 1 or I need a 5 or a 6 those were my results. Now my camera's out of focus. Boy, I'm having all kinds of fun today. So long story short, I only scored 2 hits on that 3rd Japanese ship in line, 2nd destroyer. So that is 2 hits with much smaller 5-inch shells that I think only do 1 point of damage. Yeah, 1 point of damage. Power of 7 versus your armor of 3. 4 ups. Save.
Yeah.
Or technically.
2 rolls.
Yeah. Okay, so 3 plus 1.
Save 1.
Hits. 3 plus your armor of 3 plus 8 is 8. Defeats my armor. So 1 armor save, 1 armor missed. So that is 1 hit. I forgot to roll the d20 through another dice. Number 6 was the hit location. AA mounts. It only does 1 point of damage. 1 whole point and 1 point of AA damage. On the ship that is
Was it
Asagumo.
Asagumo, yeah. So 1 hull.
Come on, where are you at?
Right, you. There it is, right there.
Sweet.
Asagumo.
1 whole point and 1
Yeah.
AA. Sweet. All right. The destroyer that I keep mispronouncing. Watch to be a veteran from that ship in the stream. God damn it! It's the Gwim, for crying out loud. I do not. I have Shirayaki broadside, but that's about it. In fact, I can't see anybody else, so I'll try that. Although I think I have gunnery damage on this. I fixed something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I still need a 5 to hit. I'll roll the d20 what I'm supposed to this time, and this will wrap up the American gunnery phase. Ooh, there we go. Gwim's tired of getting shot.
Oh, yeah.
3 hits on number 5. Now that's 3 hits, each only do 1 damage, so I'm still only rolling 3 dice. Penetration of 4 versus your armor of 3. Yes. Alright, so here we go. 3 plus 2, I beat that. 3 plus 3 is a 6, I beat that, so that's 2 hits. This one, the armor saves. So that becomes a 2 hits on area 7.
Yeah.
2 hits on area 7. More AA mounts. 1 to 2 damage caused. Alright, so 2 hull hits on name of that ship. The lead ship is the Shirayuki. Now you gotta find them, because you've got too many ships.
There he is, right
There we go.
across. Right there. Shirayuki.
1, 2, and 2 hits on AA. AA is almost, in fact, AA is now knocked out, but that's fine. There's no AA fire in this game. All right, cool. So that concludes the American fire phase. And Washington and Gwim. Well, I'm locked in on the Nagara, but the Nagara's kind of sunk now. So I won't bother writing that down.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you're ranged in on the ship. You drop depth charges on her if you want. Gwim, I keep saying it wrong. Thank you, John. Is ranged in on Shirayuki. All right, cool. That is it at last for my fire phase. That's why they call her the Washington.
Yeah.
She don't play
That was
around.
impressive. Cleaned the light cruiser off in 1 salvo. But now it flips back over to the Japanese side, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And I'm going to use another basic action so you can't try to prevent me from doing that.
Okay.
And I'm going to use a torpedo attack
Oh no!
from the destroyer group
Straight out torpedo.
going at South Dakota.
Okay, cool. All right. So, well, let me zoom in here. We got to get this right because this is important. Awesome. All right. So, Nagara again. The game is Sorry about this, everyone. Oh, for crying out loud, dude. Alright, while we're waiting for that, I'll go ahead and put down these torpedo markers. He said he was going for the South Dakota. Nagara cannot, and I think he said the ship is also going to. So I'm just trying to keep the South Dakota in the middle of all these cones. Now these destroyers are going to soak up some of the torpedoes, but if he puts enough of them into them, it's going to be a problem. I wonder if internet's down on his end too. Reset my Skype here. Completely shut down Skype. Our internet is back up and we're good. I apologize, guys. I know this isn't what you. He says it's on. He says he's online. Yeah, we keep saying that he's not online. That's annoying. I wonder why it's doing that. Damn it, this game was just getting started too. One more try, and then I'll take more drastic action here. Try audio call only. Yeah, we keep getting that he's not online. Alright, I apologize if this drops the chat. I'm going to go ahead and reboot everything and then see if things come back. So I really apologize for this, guys. We're going to go ahead and try this again. So save the file. Bear with us. If the chat goes out, we'll be back very shortly. So hang tight. We'll be right back. Back on. We never dropped. The stream was just black. Looks like, okay, cool. Thanks. It looks like we're back. All right. I don't think you can see my screen yet. Let me fix that. All right. Hopefully you should see my screen any second.
There we go. We're back.
All right. We're back. Sorry about that. Okay. So I put the initial torpedo templates. I'm assuming you're just aiming straight for South Dakota for all the ships?
I'm going for South Dakota for everything.
All right, cool. So Terazuki, these are probably all similar, but let me check. Terazuki, oh my god, will you please piss off? All right, Terazuki has torpedo rate of fire 4. Holy crap. All right, that's not good. Here's the good news. That's her load. Unless she uses that special reload order, which...
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
All right, so let me start jotting this down.
Terazuki has 4.
Yeah, if...
And Asaguma has 4.
Thanks. Yeah, that actually would be helpful if...
And if you want to go back to the ships, I think I had one had 3, only 3. Terazuki. So we need to have Hatsuyuki and Shiryuki. Because they're probably...
Okay. Hatazuki only has 3, but she's got 3 shots of them.
Yeah.
So there's the first one.
Yeah. So I've got 2 with 3, 2 with 4.
Yeah, these Japanese destroyers are all different classes, so it's not like...
Yeah.
All right, Azagumo is still with us. She's badly beaten up, but her torpedoes still work. Well, not that, but she literally took 1 hit.
Yeah,
oh, yeah, 2 shots at 4. So here goes the first one. So that is 4. Oh, here's where I might lose a battleship. And Nagara is not shooting anything, so lifeboats. Shirayuki has...
I thought it was 3.
3 and 3. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
That's 14
Yep.
rolls. And the Benham could possibly get hit, so could
the Benham's going to get hit. The Walk's going to take a lot. The Walk's going to take a lot from those. They're all 3 destroyers are going to take some.
Yeah.
However, you've got so many that South Dakota's going to take some too. Now, the one good thing South Dakota is she is bow on. In other words, not in the broadside arc, which means it's going to be +1 to hit. She's already combing the torpedoes. So there's a lot of benefits coming my way. I've got 3 hulks of destroyers kind of protecting me, and I'm on the perfect angle, or the least terrible angle, I should say. However, again, 14 of these torpedoes are coming at me. Ask Rasmus about a Class 5 Japanese torpedo. He'll tell you all about it. Rasmus, this is why Japanese torpedoes in Dark Star are so ridiculously powerful. It's basically World War II in space. And yeah, it's the long lance rule. Okay, so those torpedoes are running hot straight in normal. We will catch up on that at the end phase of the turn.
Yeah.
When the torpedoes actually hit. All right, so that is that order. It's back over now to me. What the hell am I gonna do? I've taken a maneuver order. You know what I'm gonna do? Oh hell yeah, I know what I'm gonna do. My 3rd order of this turn is going to be keep her afloat. Now that doesn't happen until the damage control phase, but I'm spending 1 there now.
Yeah.
And that's going to hopefully help me put a little bit of South Dakota back together right before she gets blown back up again.
Now, can I attempt then to obstruct that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
With 1 or 2 orders. You've got a total of 4. You've spent 1 so far.
Let's see, and this is, you've already spent 3 orders this turn.
Yep.
Yeah, because you've had, so I'm going to throw in the whole smash. So whatever I've got left.
Well, you've got 3 left. There's a limit of 2 you can spend against a single order.
Yeah.
So I'll put in the limit. You've got technically 1 left. However, my difficulty for keeping her afloat just went from a 3 to a 5. Turn on Mr. Camera. Got to roll a 5 up. Do it! I rolled a 2. I failed. In fact, that was a critical failure. Oh, dear Lord.
Okay.
So a critical failure is I just did damage to myself. South Dakota. Alright, so we're doing this a little bit out of order, folks, but bear with me. So normally, it's a large ship. I would roll a 1, 2, or a 3. It's a 1d3, basically, to get back hull points. I just scored a critical failure because I failed the base difficulty, not the modified difficulty. Therefore, I just did damage to myself. He tried to short... Yeah, well, 1d3. That's a 4. That's red as a 2. I just did 2 additional levels of damage to South Dakota. He said counter flooding. He counter flooded too far. Now I'm listening the other way, apparently. Or something happened. So that's not going so well. Okay, that was my third order. Over to you.
I think my fourth order I'm not going to take.
All right, so he's going to go ahead and pass. He's probably saving it for a stroke of luck, but that's okay. I'll see what's going on there. All right, so that's it for orders. He passed over to me. I've now spent 1, 2, 3. I missed something. Oh, there's a...
No, your last order is after mine, so... Yeah, that's right.
Go away, dude. Seriously. Now my phone's freaking out. Never mind.
Yeah.
So my
we do
last
have
order-
gremlins.
Yeah. It's supposed to be in the game, Mark. You're not supposed to be using your disruption tokens on me in real life. That's not cool. I can't move both ships again. I can't fire them both again. The Gwim's got technically torpedoes, right? Does the Gwim have some torpedoes?
It should.
Destroyer, right?
Yeah, should. There we go. Mark 15s.
Rate of fire 5. Nice.
Yeah.
They're not nearly as good as long lances. What the hell? It's either that or save it for a stroke of luck, which I can't use on your rolls. I can only use that on my rolls.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have saved that for an armor save. It's alright. I already took it, so no worries.
No, you can.
That's cool.
You haven't played it yet, so it's fine. Should you have stroke of luck on your armored rolls? Is that what you're contemplating?
I was thinking about it for a second, but yeah, because stroke of luck, I'm pretty sure you can only use.
It applies to your rolls
your
only,
rolls.
not your opponent's rolls.
You can't, force your opponent to reroll stuff. Make sure I'm not going to hit any of my own ships. I could almost hit the wall, so let me not do that. You gotta be real kind of anal when you're dropping these.
Yeah. There you go. You're good. Yeah, I believe.
I'm kind of giving away some of my hits. In fact, you know what? The hell with that. The bulk is already sinking. Alright, cool. As long as I don't hit the Washington. Alright, so that's it for my 4 orders, your 4 orders. Well, didn't you save one? You've got one.
I saved one because I was contemplating a stroke of luck roll on these torpedo hits.
Alright, cool. You've got one left. Awesome. So now we go to the next phase of the game, which is remaining activation phase. So damage control. I've already done plenty of damage control on the South Dakota. I don't think I'm going to do any more.
I have to take a compulsory move though, because it did not move the Kirishima group, so I have to take a half move, right?
Oh, okay, cool. That would be right.
Yeah, that's a compulsory move.
So it's half of your speed.
Yeah, which
the speed there is 15, so half of that is like 7.5.
Yeah.
No turns. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and a half.
Yep.
And you're across the Washington's T. That ain't cool, man. Alright, so. Oh no. That was that for that. Repeat. The Gwyn never took a gunnery order. She has rapid fire guns. And she is ranged in on the no, I did shoot at the Shirayuki this turn. Never mind, sorry.
Yeah.
So nothing there, nothing there. South Dakota's out of gas. Alright, I guess we could, let's see, on the repeat fire, we already did compulsory movement. Rapid fire, I've already fired everything, including my secondaries. End phase, apply fire and flood damage, there is no fire or flood. No, well, the flare goes away. I'm sure soon to return. Resolve torpedo spreads.
Here we go.
This is what I was waiting for.
Yeah, buckle in. Here we go.
Oh, Lord have mercy. I'm using the right ones, right? Because they're very different.
Yeah,
Yep,
that's
the right
the
one.
long lance. Yeah, that's the long lance.
Rasmus is like, this is what my torpedoes never get to do in Darkstar. He plays a Japanese fleet in Darkstar. He's always trying to hit me with his Mark V, his Class 5 torpedoes. I mean, it's a space combat game, but it's basically World War II in space. So the Japanese Star Navy or whatever, their fleet has just absurd torpedoes. All right, so yeah,
my cruisers and
this is gonna get absurd here. It's torpedo water, man. It's Tassafaranga, except oh no, South Dakota. What are you gonna do?
Kind of got a sweet spot there. It looks like.
Okay. So, here's how torpedoes work. What I should have done is put a line through the middle of them, because the line through the middle is part of the thing, but his came on PDF, that's all white, and it gets all screwed up. So, but anyway, we can eyeball it and make sure that we get it right here. What we've got to do is for each ship, this is why we made careful notation of the rate of fire, is divide that rate of fire between the two halves of each torpedo cone, so to speak. And then we have to assign torpedoes to those hits as we go. So we can probably do it with this. I know we can, so we can be accurate. All right, so we'll start at the back and work our way forward. Long story short, we start off with Terazuki. Split that to where it's bisecting.
That's about right.
All right, cool. So she's got 4 torpedoes. 2 of them have to go in each half.
Yeah.
And each ship has to take 1 hit before the other ship can take a second hit. So what's going to happen here is one of them is total of 4 in that cone. 2 of them on each side of that equator line. One of them is going to hit the Preston, one is going to hit the South Dakota. One of them is going to hit the Benham, one of them is going to hit the South Dakota forward. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And that's pretty much going to repeat over and over again.
And then the odd number ones, do we pick? Is it randomly assigned?
No, it's you get to pick. In fact, in a couple of them, you're going to have to get pretty. Because like this one here.
Yeah.
There's 2 ships. There's 2 ships in both. So one of them is going to hit the Benham, one of them is going to hit the Preston, and then where's that second torpedo? It doesn't matter, but that third torpedo is going to.
Let's go ahead and start with the Terazuki and just do it, because we have 4 torpedoes there, right?
Right, we got 4 torpedoes. I'm just try to get, because they're all long lances. I'm just going to try and get to a total number of torpedoes that are hitting the South Dakota. So Terazuki's got 4, 1 in each half. 1 hits the Preston, 1 hits the Benham. 1 from each half still hits the South Dakota. That's 2. Okay.
Right.
Then we get to the next one, the Hadazuki.
going to be
Hot
one
Suzuki.
again.
One of
There's-
them is going to
There's
get
two
through.
ships. We have the Preston, and then we have the South Dakota on
Right.
the northern half of that. So I'll have one on each. That's a second torpedo for South
Right.
Dakota.
So that's why you want to make sure. Yeah. So you're asking like where you put the odd one. If you put the odd one on the southern hemisphere, one hits the Walk, one hits the Venom.
Right.
So yeah.
Right.
So that the game does let the shooter pick. So you obviously put that third torpedo in the northern section, so that one survives to hit the South
Right.
Dakota. Four.
Now the
from-
Asagumo has 4, right here.
Yep.
So if we go out to the middle, we've got 2 on the center line and 1 north and 1 south. So basically, there's 4, right?
Yep.
One for each ship.
Two in each half.
Yeah. But 2 of those ships are almost right down the center line. So I would.
Well, that means that
probably
they can take
say-
hits. Well, that means that they can take hits from either side. So, the way the game puts it is every ship has to have a hit before anyone else has a hit. It has to be like as even and as equal as possible. So you got a total of 4 torpedoes in that spread. I'm
There's 4
saying
ships in that spread, so that's
Yeah.
1 per ship.
I'm saying one hits each. So that's definitely
Yeah.
one more to South Dakota.
And then in the Shirayuki has 3. So if we go to the center line of that, which is there. If we go to the center line,
We're not counting the Preston for this. I don't want to get that cheesy.
yeah,
So it's
and he's
literally
kind of
literally just the one ship in the way. Walk is definitely
looks
out.
like there's 2. Looks like there's 2. There's one. The dotted line crosses an American flag before it gets to the South Dakota.
Yeah, there's this one. There's this one here for sure. The Venom. The Walk is clearly out. The Preston is virtually out. So we'll just say the Preston is out. So it's literally just the Venom on the north and the South Dakota on the north. So you've got 3 total torpedoes there. I would say one goes in the southern quadrant.
Yeah, and then
or
one
southern
each.
half, and then one each. So that is going to be a grand total of, if I did my math right, 5 torpedoes are probably hitting the South Dakota.
Okay.
All right, the South Dakota has a target to hit of 4, and +1 because I'm bow on. So it now becomes a 5, but you've got 5 torpedoes in the mix.
Right. And then you get to roll these dice, and if I use my last action, I can have a re-roll here for stroke of luck.
If
right?
I don't disrupt your stroke of luck, yes.
Yes.
All right, so here I go. I'm on camera. Make sure it's live. This is an important rule. I can't believe I'm rolling this roll to destroy my own ship here, but that's okay. Here we go. Looking for 5
Okay.
ups.
Good luck with this.
Well, I'm sure. Looks like it came true. 3 torpedoes.
3. That's.
It's not a bad
I'm not
spread.
going to re-roll that.
Stroke of luck.
I'm not going to do a stroke of luck.
Including
Right.
successful dice, yeah. There's a rule somewhere. It doesn't. I can't find it now. I'm not going to worry about it. Where you only roll bad dice, but no worries.
To re-roll the misses. Is that
Yeah, but you're right. In stroke of luck, it's both. I can't remember what the other one was.
Yeah, but it says here re-roll all
Totally.
dice.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's.
Which is,
so I'm going to leave it at 3 because you can't.
These are the
Block
cards that
that.
they come from, and yeah, it clearly
Yeah.
says, including the successful dice on stroke of luck. These are the cards from which I draw my little, whatchamacallits. Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's definitely 3 torpedo hits. D20 to see where they hit, and they interpret that hit location a little differently. It's tough to hit the bridge with a torpedo, but let me make sure
Yeah.
my showing here. 13. So, command station. 13. Waterline hit. Okay, do you like that hit?
No,
Because
that's
remember,
appropriate.
Kondo gets to, once per game, re-roll a hit location.
Really? Let me see what that
If you want.
says.
All right, let me zoom
A
in
little
bit.
better. Because I don't know what the damage.
I rolled a 13, which means it's going to be
Yeah.
the top part of
Yeah.
the waterline hit.
I think. Let's see here. So I would do. You automatically do damage though with the torpedoes, right? It's 2 damage, so it would be 6 plus damage caused. Is that
all
correct?
damage
If I'm not
effects.
mistaken.
So yeah, whatever. Well, okay. We got a
Treat
grand
all
total.
rolls.
We got a grand total of 3 torpedoes. These are long lances. They do damage of 5, so a total of 15 dice. It depends on
Yeah.
how much get through my armor. You're probably gonna wind up on the 6 column for sure. So unless I get insanely lucky on my armor, it's gonna wind up here on D6 flooding tokens. And then on top of that, you always add 1 additional flooding token to all damage effects.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take my chances and go with the waterline hit.
Okay, cool. So we have 15 dice versus my armor, which is 8. Because the ship has a pretty good torpedo belt, but not that good. Again, these are freaking long lances. Power 13, dear God in heaven. So I need a 5 up to save these.
To save on
15 dice. So I roll 15 dice.
15.
Yeah, because you got 3 torpedo hits. Each one does 5 total points. So here's the first 10. Looking for 5 ups. Give me lots of 5 ups, please. That's not nearly enough 5 ups. It's only 2 saves so far.
2.
Here come the other 5.
So that's 8, 9, 10. Okay.
Yep.
So you stopped exactly the average.
Cool. So
Just
you
about
are,
5.
yeah, you're definitely at 6 plus. So first of all, that was 10 effective hits, right? After all was said and
Correct.
done. So ships US. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, we're damn close to losing. So there's 1, right? 2,
Right.
3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10. She's technically
Yeah,
still
that's
afloat.
10. But is there a bonus for the damage with the torps too?
Well, I'm almost certainly going to sink because
Yeah.
torps is the last. Torps is the last thing to happen, and first of all,
Now you want to do a stroke of luck because you still have an action, don't you?
no, I
You wanna
launched.
try to reroll that?
I launched those torpedoes.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
So first of all, D6 flooding tokens. Now the extra damage I think you're talking about is also add 1 additional flooding token to all damage effects. So basically what we're going to roll here is D6, because we're clearly past 6, I think we scored 10. We're going to roll a D6 plus 1 for flooding damage.
Okay.
So D6 as indicated here, plus 1 as indicated by this.
Yeah.
And of course we max out at 6.
There we go.
So yeah, she will sink next turn. Because next turn, no matter how well I do on my flooding, 3, 3, and another one for the plus 1. Yep, that is South Dakota out of gas. She'll sink next turn, because what's going to happen is when we get to the same phase at the end of turn 3, I might get rid of a couple floodings through damage control, but not nearly enough. So at the end of the turn, however many flooding tokens are left, automatically does additional hull points. So
Yeah.
I'm not gonna kill. There's 7, assuming she gets no more damage, which is not gonna happen. Yeah, there's no way she can't sink. And even if that doesn't do it, there is a capsize check that takes place during the remaining actions phase after you do damage control. If the number of flooding tokens exceeds double the number of remaining hull points, even if the ship hasn't actually run out of hull points, she rolls over and sinks. So it's going to take till the end of next turn, technically, but South Dakota is out of gas.
Yeah.
Nice shooting.
Thanks.
No!
Yeah, actually, you did the roll for me. So
Well, yeah. Yeah, Japanese torpedoes are not fun. man.
they're deadly.
They
That
are
was-
not. They
yeah.
are not fun. Speaking of torpedoes,
you've got
mine
something
come
coming
up.
back at me.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which either way that thing actually lands on, it's going to be. I have torps of 4. It's going to be 2. Your chance to hit is 6. Plus 1 for bow on, so it becomes 7. At less than 60 inches, a 6 is always a hit. So I basically get 2 chances to roll a 6.
Okay.
So here we go. And I miss with my torpedoes. Oh no!
Okay.
Also, would the American torpedoes even explode, even if I did hit with them? This is 1942.
There ought to be another roll for that, right? Another saving roll or something. 50-50.
All right, so I think that concludes turn 2.
That was brutal.
Oof. Let me go ahead
Yeah.
and get all these out here. Save one. Oh no, poor Mr. South Dakota. All right, I won't even bother about rolling whether or not South Dakota is still afloat or not. Oops, it's supposed to be here. Alrighty. Oh, I'll put a big smoke marker on South Dakota. I'll make hers extra big. Oh, that ain't right. Okay. Initiative phase. There's tons of rolls in there, guys, for like a bunch of command checks I would have had to make because I went past like 3 of those X boxes. But again, the ship is pretty much sunk in any event, so I'm not gonna super worry about it. Yeah, Rasmus says losing battleships is never fun. Yeah, but Rasmus is like, this is what I've been trying to do for the last year in Dark Star. Amassed KI for Dragon Slayer torpedo strike. Yeah, they're nasty. All right, so
Initiative rolls.
Initiative. Cool.
Yeah.
So 1 dice each. Hey, the Americans win initiative for a change.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So I will go ahead and go first.
Now, how many actions are we reduced if we lose? Like, I lost my Nagara that turn, which was my flagship of that squadron. But doesn't it go back to a different ship in that squadron?
I'm not sure exactly of the rules on that.
I think it said you name another ship in the squadron to act as squadron, but I thought that I lost the flagship, so I actually lose 1 action.
We may both lose 1 action because South Dakota would have been one of the flagships of my air quotes 2 squadrons.
So my Nagara, even though my squadron will still continue acting as a squadron, because I lost the original flagship, I lose 1 of my actions. So now I'm down to 3.
Well, the flag transfers. So you've got a new flagship.
Yeah, but there was something about in the rules, and it was on like page 20 something. I have to go back and look at it. But I thought that if you lose the original flagship, you lose an action from the total.
It's very possible.
Let me see if I can find it quick.
Wrong.
Attack activations. That's okay. I'll try to find it while we're moving on.
I think you may be right.
Which, the general officer actions that we have would allow us to get some of those back.
Oh God.
Flagships. Any officer. Yeah. Flagship is important. Yeah, I believe what I did when I lost the Nagara, I just lost a flagship action. So my count goes down to 3 now.
Then if that's true, which I don't doubt, it would be the same for South Dakota.
Right.
Which
You're down to 3
technically, yeah, she is sinking. She technically hasn't sunk yet, but yeah, well, she's out of here. So okay, cool. That'll speed up the game a little bit. We'll both.
Yeah.
Which means we
it was
both.
Good that you took Nagara out too, as opposed to somebody else.
And again, your number of disruption tokens always equals your command tokens, or I should say equals the opponent's command tokens. So we're also both down to 1 command token. We're both down 1 disruption token. So now we're down to 3 and 3. Although neither of us have dipped into our tactical commands yet. Which, no worries. Alright, cool. So I have initiative. Did we lose again? Mark, are you with us still?
No, I'm here. I
Okay.
can hear you.
I
Yeah, there we
heard
are. We're back.
I heard a chirp, like Skype had hung up. All right, so yeah, Washington's just gonna go ahead and I'm already ranged. Oh, actually, I'm no longer ranged on somebody. I'm gonna take a special order immediately, and radar controlled firing solution. Select a friendly ship does not need ranging shots because I have to get new range. Fail
Yeah.
normal gunnery. This is going to be a huge waste. But if I don't, you're going to torpedo the shit out of me.
I have to reload. I do have to reload. And a torpedo reload is an advanced rule, and I can't take any other action.
Well, I shouldn't say this, but some of those ships that just fired torpedoes at me have additional torpedo bangs ready to go. You didn't
Oh,
actually
do they
fire
actually?
everything, yeah. So
Oh, I don't have to go through this torpedo reload. So the ones,
Not yet.
well, I
So,
think
like-
all of them had another
well,
bang.
this one's out. Terazuki is out. He's got one circle by center. So here's
Yeah.
his torpedo line. Center
it's
0.
gone.
He spent that one, but everybody else, like this guy has 2 left. This guy
Yeah,
has 1
one
left, 2 left. So I got to stay out of your broadside. But you're going to be able to.
Adjust.
Yeah, you're going to be able to
I
turn
think.
and then later fire torpedoes. So I better. Oh no! Found ourselves in torpedo water, sir. Okay. Yeah. So clean up my little water activation area here. Radar firing solution played on the Washington. All right, that's going to be a 2+. Any disruption from you, sir?
I can play. I'm going to play 2.
All right.
I think I have a total of 3, so I'll play 2 on the to try to offset that.
All right, now I got to beat a 4-up. Catastrophic failure. That ship gets no main gunnery action this turn. All right, the Americans quit.
It's
Oh. The Washington's not going to shoot any guns this turn. Okay, the Gwim still gets to shoot, and the Washington still gets to shoot her secondaries. So I'll try and do something with that, at least. All right, so Gwim broadsides into the Shirayuki. Don't need to be ranged. Oh, I'm already ranged in, but don't need to be because I'm within 20. Total number of chance to hit starts off at a 6, goes down to a 5 because we're within 20.
right.
So how many shots does that ship get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 5. Oh, there we go. Wim is
Yep,
pissed off.
3.
Man. Oh, I should roll
hits.
this as we go. Number 7. I gotta sink some of these destroyers, guys, before he launches another one of those spreads at me.
Is that a super
7
structure?
is
No.
a superstructure
super
hit. So your armor goes down 2 points. Your armor is now basically a 1. Basically, I have to, for armor saves, only a 6 is going to survive at this point.
Right.
So
So
that
3
was
rolls.
3 rolls. They only do 1 point of damage, so they stay at 3 points. You don't multiply out. So 3 times, 3, basically trying to roll 6s. Oh, 1 armor save. The shell passed right through without actually exploding. So that's going to be
Right.
2 more hits on her AA. This is on the lead destroyer.
Yeah.
Shirayuki.
That should probably. I think that one's been hit before there. AA, so it's gone.
It's just crippled. So
Yeah.
only 2 came in.
Yeah.
So, and now anti-air is totally toast. All right, cool. So she's
Yeah.
crippled. She's not launching torpedoes at me. That's fine. Awesome.
Yeah. For all intent and purposes, she's gone.
All right, cool. So, good job, Miss Quim. Now, Washington is going to Crippled is smoke counter without the flame. Although I'm sure Benham is smoked by now. He took how many torpedoes? Trying to say. Yeah.
They were.
All right, so now Washington, I'm going to try to put. I can't split my secondary, sadly, so I'm just going to try to put all of them on the Azagumo.
Now, does he? So the main battery doesn't get the fire,
No.
but the secondary battery does.
Secondary, yeah,
Right.
main battery for people in the chat does not get to shoot because I got a critical failure on my radar firing solution roll.
Right.
That ship gets no main gunnery this turn. That's confirmed on the card. Fortunately, I got a secondary battery. That is,
You got a huge
like,
battery of
the,
secondaries.
might as well be like 4 destroyers.
Yeah.
All right, so again, the chance to hit is 6 reduced to 5. And we'll roll a 20 alongside it like I'm supposed to. Oh no, I only got 2 hits though.
Superstructures.
2 more on superstructure. So my penetration, I think we said was 9. That sounds kind of high.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Penetration is 7. Okay, 7 for a 5-incher. 7, yeah, basically it has to be 6s. Show the camera. Cool, they both hit. On what ship was this?
Probably the third ship back.
Yeah, Azagumo. Which I've already hit before. Although I only did 2 points of damage, she is gonna have to make a command check.
Yeah, let's do that roll.
Okay, so technically you had to make one for a Shirayama. You have to make 2.
Yeah, I'm just writing him off. You can just write him off. It's done.
Okay, so to do that, Shirayami is breaking off. Okay, let's see if Azagumo breaks off. Because, okay, she's run out of black hole points. She's not into crippled yet, so she's not actually crippled. However, she has crossed off one of these X's, so that forces a command check. Kondo is pretty simple. He's 6s for all size of ships. So you need to roll a 7+ on 2 dice because your normal roll is a 6. 1 because you've crossed off one of those boxes. So 6 + 1 is 7. 7 is the new target. 7 + 9. You made it with no problem. Kondo's like, steady on there, boy. So Azagumo is damaged, but still in it.
Yeah.
That's it for my gunnery. Because I suck. I can't roll for shit, man. Damn it. Oh, Piotr's with us. Hello, Piotr. I see Jim rolls as usual. Piotr knows what's up. Dude, well, Washington failed a gunnery check with radar. Dude, the ghost of Ching Li is going to be haunting me tonight. God damn you, Jim. What did you do to my memory? Sorry, sir. It wasn't my fault. All right, so that's it for my first action. Over to your second action. Or your first action, sorry.
Yeah. My first action will be to, I'm going to try, the Kirishima group is going to try to engage Washington in basic gunnery. So none of these are established shots. So I've got to go back to half rate of fire until I can range in the fire. It's range in fire, is that what we call it?
Yeah, ranging in. So your rate of fire is half. Your secondary battery drops a smoke shell there, or not smoke, a
Star shell, yeah.
The opposite of a smoke shell. Cool. So Hiroshima has 2 shots with her 14 inchers.
Yes.
They both miss.
Okay.
Very nice.
Let's see. We've got 8 inches. We've got 6 inches. Let's see. Use the 6 inches. How about the 5s?
That's what I'm going to measure.
At range 40.
The range is the 5s have a range of 35. You may
35. Sorry. Yeah.
No. Good question.
Okay. Okay. So then we've got the
actually
the
damn
Tago
close. Really close, but outside of 35.
Yeah.
But a lot closer than I thought.
So the Atago and the Takeo are both, these are larger sister ships, so they should probably have the same amount.
They almost
so I've got 8 inchers of 3, 6, I've got 8. Is that right?
I know how many guns the ship has. Let me see what the game converts that into.
I think the game converted it. I think it has a front and back battery of 3 and another battery of 2.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 8 each. So it's a total of 4 each. So a total of 8 total.
8 rolls, yeah.
Okay.
We better roll them as 2 sets of 4 so we know who gets
That's
the
true.
range.
That's true. We have to keep track of who's ranged in.
Yeah.
That is absolutely correct. All right, Atago. He's ranged in.
Beautiful. Take it. 1 hit.
Because you're, I think it's 2 hits. I think it's 3 hits.
2 hit. The 4s are hitting, and you're larger, aren't you?
I'm larger, and we're now within medium range.
That's right.
You don't have to worry about penalties for darkness. Yeah.
So 3 hits.
And
So I'm ranged in there, and then into KO.
Oh, the KO is also ranged in.
So total of 5 hits. We need a D20 for the
20 on both of
KO.
them. 15 and 20.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll move these off to the side, but let's not forget about them. So 3 times 8 inchers. They still only do 1, so it's still 3 hits. Okay, and number 15. Guys, let me know if that music's too loud. What do I say? 15? 15?
Yeah, water lines.
Water line
lines
hit, so it stays the same for damage. It literally can't
Probably
penetrate.
gonna bounce.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna bounce there.
1 plus.
The,
Go ahead.
yeah.
Now, the other
I was
one.
gonna say I don't even think we need a roll for that. I'm gonna bounce.
Well, yeah, no, we
Underwater.
don't. It depends. It depends on where they hit. We still do it because number 1, it keeps track of who's ranged in, and number 2, any superstructure hit, there is a chance it's getting through.
Okay.
But for 20, for the other 2 hits, is a weapon system hit. There's no penalty there because we're not at extreme range. So that one is going to stay at my armor rating of 8, your damage or your penetration of 9 for your 8 inchers. Even if I roll a 1 on my armor, it's going to save me.
There would have been a magazine hit though, wouldn't it?
Good thing we have that belt armor.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been a magazine. If that had been Kirishima, oh my god, if Kirishima scored that 20.
Poor old Hood.
Oof. Oof. Well, Hood, yeah, extreme range. That's literally the Hood rule. If you're at extreme range with a shell, you get reduced the armor by 1. It goes through. It does more than X amount of damage. It causes a magazine explosion.
Wow. Okay.
So the Kirishima missed, and
in.
all the other ships hit. Or are you keeping track of Takao and
Yeah,
Atago?
Atago and Takeo are now ranged to Washington.
Sweet.
And it shifts, the initiative shifts back to you then.
Yep. I wonder if those torpedoes have a minimum range. I don't think they do. He turned into the torpedo, Mr. Ryan. He closed the range before I had a chance to auto itself. Actually, that's the American character who says that. I shouldn't give him the Russian accent. God, what the hell?
Still there?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm thinking. I'm trying to. I haven't I learned these rules, but I haven't learned the rules to the point where I'm good at it.
I mean, I guess one of the things I thought about when I first read this, because I read the rules a couple of days ago for the first time and jumped into it, is I always kind of think of games in a couple of different ways. They're either simulations, and some simulations probably are more of a game component, or they're more of a game, and this has the feel of more of a game. It's got a nice feel to the game. It's just they're laid out for the game, and so a lot of things are abstracted. But I mean, whoever the amount of time it took to lay those out is pretty impressive, frankly. It's not easy.
Yeah, he paints amazingly well too. All those miniatures in the book, those are all his too. And when we completed that Midway 75th anniversary Midway project back in 2015, he straight out gave me a bunch of his old miniatures. He's like, you can have some of my old 1 to 1800 miniatures. I'm not using these. He basically handed me all his garbage, and they arrived in the mail. I'm like, dude, your garbage is like 90 times better than like my best miniatures. So I was like, dude, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. All right, so hold on. Where was it? This guy started off here. Oh, let me not be cheesy. Sorry. I have to go straight before I can make any turns. Apologies. Now, Gwym does have engine damage, and I haven't been able to fix it yet, so my speed is reduced from
20 to 15.
Yeah. Get out of the way. I should probably zoom in a little bit. So he heads up there, and then at the end of his turn, he's going to go ahead and basically do this. All right. He's basically covering my fantail. Although, you know what, he can do that anyway if he's hitting. Also, yeah, let me just go ahead and stick with that. Oh, it's like Laffy versus Haye, only in reverse with these Japanese. Oh wait, let me not do that. That's still there. All right, cool.
Now I can launch a torpedo spread into the dark. That's
So
one
it's,
of the.
it's +1 to hit. Any shot in the dark is +1.
Yeah. Okay, so.
It's whether or not you move first or not, and if you move.
From a game standpoint, you've done a firing action and a
maneuver action, a regular maneuver action.
Yeah, so for all intent and purposes, they're done, right? Or do they still get one more action?
I get more actions. I just can't move or fire again. If they have torpedoes, the Gwym's got torpedoes I can launch.
Okay.
There's AA attacks. Wait, the South Dakota. Oh wait, the South Dakota was crippled. Never mind. She couldn't steer. Okay, I don't feel so bad. Why the hell didn't I take evasive action? All those torpedoes were coming. I probably would have saved her. She had no electrical power.
Okay, so the Japanese.
John says their torpedoes should have not anti-tank guided missiles. Minimums are not applicable here. Modern torpedoes, they absolutely are. Modern torpedoes have a minimum range. I don't think they do back in World War II. And I was kidding.
I'm going to move the Kirishima group. Let's scroll back up a little bit so we can see it. I'm going to move the Kirishima group at speed of 3 feet.
Speed of, 3?
I'm going to go 20 degrees to port at a speed of 3.
Okay, we have to go 5
As
before you can make a 3.
I have to go 5, then that's it. Just 5, yeah. And I want to go 20 degrees. Yeah, there we go. That's good.
Okay.
And then I can end at 20 degrees to port because I moved 5, correct?
Yep. So 20 degrees to port would be like this.
Yeah, but that's a little more than 20.
Okay.
Probably. Yeah, it's more like
about
like that.
You just tell me when to stop. So
that's it. That's good enough.
Okay. Oh, so all ships are making that simultaneous turn?
Yeah.
Because they've all only moved 5. So it would look something like this. Is that kind of what we're aiming at? Or are the other two staying
I
in
was
line?
just going to keep them. I was just going to keep them in line.
Okay.
They're just following the lead, so you can just stick them in the other two in line
So that would-
behind. They're just following they're following the lead. There it is. That's it, right
Okay,
there.
cool.
Now, in the succeeding turn, since they're following that lead ship, will they turn at that point where the lead ship turned?
They can turn
Even though
whenever
it's
they can turn whenever you want.
okay.
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 So you don't have to. I mean, we're doing it because it's cool. You don't have to keep your ships strictly in line. As long the only legal
Right.
requirement you have to do is squadron cohesion. Keep them within 10
Yeah.
centimeters.
Yeah. Well, that's. I don't
They
want
don't-
to
they
do
don't
anything
all have to
overly
be-
complicated. The following ships might not understand what I'm doing, so I'm just going to have them following the lead ship.
Yeah, he keeps his movement rules pretty simple. He doesn't
Yeah.
want to make a big deal about it.
So the initiative comes back to you.
If I was rebuilding this deck, I would not take work the guns for the Americans. But no worries. This is the flexibility he built into his version 1.5 system. Because work the guns doesn't do anything for me. All my ships, especially small ships that have 8 inches or less, already have rapid fire because the American
Right.
Mark 38 or whatever it was. Alright, I am going to pass.
Okay. My last, I'm going to move the former Nagara squadron
Okay,
to, I'm going to move it forward.
just a standard maneuver.
Yeah, the standard
Okay.
maneuver. Now, the question I have is, do I, for all intent and purposes, do I have to, I mean, I don't know what happens to the Nagara. Do I just do an evasive?
Oh yeah.
Do I just go like 5 degrees to the side and kind of sidestep
Yeah,
it,
he's got like right now. Remember, you have to be moving at least 5 inches or 5 centimeters before you can turn. So technically, that forces a collision. We're just gonna, your guy knows how to slew to port or starboard and then go back. We're not gonna.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a big ocean.
So I would say, like a 1 degree, just kind of sidestep the ship.
Even though, again,
Because the Nagara
normally it's
would've-
5 centimeters before you can make a turn. But
Yeah, and if Nagara was at speed taking hits, she would have.
yeah, she probably
she would've
slews
slowed
over
down
here
over
somewhere.
time. She wouldn't have just halted. So
Well, she
they
got
would've
hit with a
all-
bunch of 16 inchers. I think she might have hauled.
Yeah, maybe
She may have moved
got
backward
sunk.
a little bit.
People explode every day, right? So,
All right, so
just
Shirayuki
kind of
has to.
sidestep to starboard, so we'll keep the Nagara on our port. Sidestep Nagara and move 5
Okay, real quick, Shirayuki has to
with
move.
the S.
Shirayuki has to move
Yeah,
away from the
I'm
closest
saying
American
he's
ship.
gone. I'm
Okay.
just saying Shirayuki's gone. So we'll start with the Asaguma, and get him out of there. That's fine. I really thought that ship was sunk, probably, but that's fine.
All right, Nagara. Okay, so Azaguma we're starting off with. He's just gonna phase through it. It's fine. So okay,
Yeah.
where is he going?
Going 5 forward, just
1,
to the
2,
side of
3.
the starboard.
1,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's just straight out allowed. You're just not allowed to start your ships overlapping because again, he
Yeah.
realizes stuff like this happens.
Do you want to move the Nagara? Just move it 1 centimeter to
Okay.
the port, and it gets out of the way. And it kind of administratively takes the ship.
I'll move it 1 centimeter in a random direction. Odds to port. Starboard, so it gets you evens to starboard.
Okay, that's fine.
Because it is
Sure.
also a tactical feature. She's part of the terrain now.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. So that's 5. Is she just going to stay there, or?
Yeah,
Asaguma?
that's fine. Because I'm going to move the other 2 5 to follow.
Okay. Do they want to close the distance at all, or?
No, I think we're pretty close. I'm really just trying to get torpedo shots on Washington at some point in time.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that little fleet has now moved. Back over, that was your second action. Back over to my action. Tactical order, Mr. Lee.
That was the third action, I believe. We started out with a round of firing.
No, this is gonna be. Oh no. Okay, as a Gumo. Oh god, we have to find all these numbers again.
Well, I think this time is going to be simple because the Asaguma is going to hit pretty much the Gwyn. That's about all I can get to, I think.
Okay. I'm just looking for the rate of fire on the torpedoes. Asaguma torpedo rate of fire of 4. This are her last torpedoes.
Yeah. That's going to end up on Gwyn. In my opinion. It'd be awfully gamey to try to do anything different than that. And I think
but you're allowed to shoot within your broadside arc, which is 45 degrees, and the Gwyn would fall in that, so she would at least eat half.
Yeah, I'm just going to go full broad on Gwyn.
Okay.
And then Terazuki
Gwyn has 4. Okay, I had that right. Terazuki is the one ship that has no torpedoes left.
Okay. And then there's another one there. Is that the Asaguma?
We did Asaguma is firing.
Hatsuyuki.
Yep, Hatsuyuki has 2 launches left. Rate of fire of 3.
3.
This is your second bank of 3.
So I think if I do a center line on that, one's going to go into the hulk of Nagara, and 2 are going to go at Washington.
Yeah.
So I've got two at Washington. We can see what happens in the poor Nagara, but it's going down. I'll concede that it's going down. And then 4 at Gwyn.
Yep. So, yeah. We put down when you fire torpedoes in this game, you put down that launch template where you aim them as best you can, and then later you put the main template on there. But honestly, the main template is so huge, and you're so close, that we're gonna get to that at the end of the turn. So, because you were already within the arc, I don't think any torpedoes are gonna miss and accidentally hit. That'd be funny if Kirishima caught one of Asaguma's torpedoes.
They're long lances. It might be long enough range. I don't know.
No, you can't torpedo yourself in this game. But technically, if we want close,
it happened in Java Sea. They torpedoed. They worked it out that
actually Sabo Island, the Canberra caught an American torpedo. Yeah, look at that. Technically, Kirishima is in range.
Yeah. That's fine.
All right, so, all right, cool. So torpedoes are done. That's your third action. My third action.
Yeah, I think that was in Java Sea where there was a torpedo that was launched and like 10 minutes later hit a Japanese transport miles away. I mean, it took a long time to cover the distance. In this game, it just gives you an arc of fire and it's all resolved simultaneous, but those things would have taken a long time to.
Well, they make you wait till the end of the turn.
Yeah.
But I think that's just mostly for like feeling. Because what happens is people launch torpedoes, and if the other guy hasn't taken his maneuver for whatever, he can literally maneuver out of the way. Or he can turn towards them and comb the wakes, but very quickly in this game you learn only shoot at ships that have already moved. So
Yeah.
All right, so my third and last action is not going to be.
So was it evasive action your third action?
I used a tactical, one of my admiral orders.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah.
I finally dipped into that. My other torpedoes won't even reach. My torpedoes don't go nearly as far as yours do. Yeah, so never mind about that. I think I'll try to save it, so pass.
Okay. And I have, I think I've used all three of my orders.
You've got three, unless you want to,
Yeah.
unless you want to use one of your admiral orders.
Yeah, and then I'm going to use an admiral's, let's see. I think I'm going to use an admiral's orders because I've done a torpedo attack, I've done a move.
Yep.
And I've done another move, correct? So I could use an admiral's order to engage Washington with gunnery, I believe.
From your smaller ships? Yeah, because these guys have
Let's see.
fired.
They fired, they moved.
Yep. These guys.
Yeah, I'm done because I've used an admiral's order because I moved up and I'm launching torpedoes. So that's my 4 actions.
Oh yeah, you have
I'm done. I'm done. And I used up one of my admiral's actions there.
That's actually. I must have lost track of something there, but yeah, you're right. Totally right.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm moving. I need to move my admiral's actions. One of those are gone now.
Yeah, I'm putting it on your dashboard now.
I think Kondo had 3, so
Yep.
that'll be Kondo's first action used.
Yep. So here on our little admiral's dashboard, Kondo now has 2 left, and Lee has 1 left. Because Kondo starts off with 1 more than Lee does. What makes Lee so
And that
kick-ass is I start off with radar-assisted firing solution, and then I fail the roll.
Yeah.
Ah.
But it's basically, I think you mentioned it's basically due to rank. One's a vice admiral versus a rear admiral.
That's what I'm guessing. I mean, I wouldn't personally put Kondo above Lee, and just side by side, but
Yeah.
I guess what I'm guessing was that's I guess was the logic for that design decision. So I was gonna fire torpedoes, but I'm gonna save it for stroke of luck, which I might use on a. That's only gonna save me for 1. It might just be enough though. So the hell with it. All right, cool. All right, yeah, let's go ahead and say that's done. Okay, we now go to remaining actions phase. Include damage control. U.S. win. Try to repair. It doesn't really matter. That would cost me an order, so I don't want to do that. No damage on the Washington yet. Okay, so that's it for that. Repeat fire, rapid fire. I fired my smaller guns.
I have a rapid firing ship, or at least I did at one point in time.
End phase.
So would he?
Okay, let's go to your.
I have to go back to see. Maybe he sunk.
Terazuki would get to shoot. He's got rapid fires.
Okay.
A lot of the little 5-inch guns.
The Hatsuyuki does.
All your
The
destroyers.
Shiryuki does. But Shiryuki's gone from the battle.
Sunk.
Atsugumo does.
Right.
So
So,
they all 3 of them have
yep.
rapid firing. So
I'm sure those torpedoes are going to do it. Okay, that's what I meant to do. All right. There's a chance to roll and rally him early next turn. Okay, so I don't think the Hiyazuki or the Terazuki have any 5-inch arcs of fire on the Gwen.
no.
But
No,
you took the rapid order on everybody in that squadron. So, is there anyone else you want to shoot?
No, I don't think so. I think that's too flat trajectory to have any effect on a battleship with a 5-inch. So let's just move on to the torpedo, because that was actually part of the compulsory.
That was remaining actions phase, which includes compulsory movement, which includes repeat fire.
Correct.
Oh, I should have turned the Washington harder. That way, the other 5-inch guns would come to bear. No, I don't think it works that way. I'm kidding. No worries. So nothing on. I'm just checking to make sure I got nothing left. I only got 2 ships. It's not that hard. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and I already tried. Let me just for fun. 4+ on the wind for damage control. I'm gonna try to fix my stupid thing. There is something I can do to take back hull points, but it costs an order. I've already used up one of my commander's orders, and then you could probably disrupt it, so it's kind of pointless. Although it would save a ship. Yeah, well, it's my last one, and it's only a destroyer. Sorry, Gwyn. Gwyn! I keep calling. You know what? It's Gwyn, and I have her written down as Gwyn here on the. That's why I keep mispronouncing it. I got it in the type wrong. Oh, for God's sake. Good old-fashioned pain in the ass. There we go. Alright, Gwyn's chance to target is a 6. So, not pointing towards you, I don't get... Well, also that wouldn't matter. It stays at a 6.
Yeah.
Cool.
4 dice for 6.
Come on, give the poor little ship a break. Sweet, they all missed. So we're all heading for the Kirishima.
Okay.
Right now for the Washington.
2 on the Washington.
So the
And
Washington.
these are what, 4s to hit because you're
Washington
broadside
takes 3.
green?
So I'm assuming you would put 2 in the northern quadrant. There's no other, or the
Right.
northern half. There's no other ship in the northern half. So yeah, it would be 2 on the Washington.
For 4s to hit, right?
For 4s to hit. Yes. Whatever hits are scored, I cut in half because of evasive action.
Okay.
1 hit becomes 0. Well, 1 hit becomes, okay, how do you cut 1 in half? You want to 4 up it? See if it hits or not?
That's fine.
You got literally like half a hit. All right, so 4 up, it actually hits. Because we basically have half a hit. Come on, Washington, give me a break. That's a 1.
Okay, there it
Washington survives. Sweet. That's it for torpedoes. Yeah. And now is where we would go back to the South Dakota. And, just to go through the motions. The South Dakota gets I roll 1 for each, so that's a grand total of 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1 for flooding. I saved 1, 2, 3, so that's 3. She doesn't even make it to the end phase, technically. She dies in the remaining actions phase because now she has 4 left, 4 flooding tokens left. 1, 2, 3, that one counts for 3. And 4 is just barely half of her remaining 2 hull points. So there's a special rule for capsizing. Even if you're not out of hull points, you can sink if your remaining hull points is half of your total flooding counters. So, with her hull still somewhat intact, she rolls over and sinks. So the game is basically decided. The Americans have now lost because the Americans have definitely done worse than they did historically. But if you wanted to, did you want to play like one more turn?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think in the abstraction of the game, the South Dakota in this game was a lot less of effective, because I've played in other systems and the South Dakota is still in the game, Yeah,
but
and it could steam, but in this game system, because of the abstractions, it I mean, it was practically not a ship for you in this game.
That was kind of
You know,
was my intention. And real quick, these were
Right.
these were my special rules. He didn't make these up. So if I overly nerfed the Washington, if I overly nerfed the South Dakota, which I don't know if I did, from what I read, that ship didn't do shit except absorb fire.
Yeah.
But I think she wound up with like 37 hits. It was just all 5 inchers,
Yeah.
8 inchers. She didn't get hit with any torpedoes.
Yeah.
Historically,
Yeah.
the Japanese hit or shot, it was 31 or 34. It was one of those two numbers. So we'll just say 34. 34 long-range torpedoes at her, they all missed. The only thing I can think of is that in the game, they tried to use torpedo run and scored a critical failure. All torpedoes automatically miss. 34 torpedoes they shot at her. Every single one missed. Not so much this time. So my point is, what happened in today's game definitely could have happened. Kind of should have happened, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, even just 3 hits with Longlands would have really put her in a bad way, historically.
Totally.
So.
All
Okay,
right,
so we would roll initiative then to start the turn 4, right?
Yep.
It's
Let
turn
me
4.
just clean up the map a little bit here. Make sure there's nothing in here that shouldn't be in here. Cool. Yeah, let's do it. So.
Okay.
Initiative. No bonuses, no anything.
Right.
Oh. Okay. A tie. The rule says when you roll a tie, it goes to the person who didn't have it last time. So you have initiative.
Okay. I'll take it.
That's the rule.
I'm going to do a move with the destroyer. I'm going to go 70 degrees to port, and I'm going to go. Well, I actually have to go 5 forward, then 70 degrees to port. The remaining 15. So I go
45. That's 90. So kind of between like something like that.
It's going to be. Yeah, it should miss my other Japanese ship.
Well, your other. This is getting annoying. Okay, thanks, Jim. I think we just lost Skype for a second. Thanks for the heads up on the stream. He's trying to call me, and I'm trying to call him, and it's like our calls are kind of colliding. Meanwhile, let's catch up on the chat. Oh my god. Oh, hello?
Yeah, I'm back.
All right, cool. Awesome. Start sharing. I'm just gonna get caught up on the chat here super fast. Yeah, well, I'm like way behind on the chat. Good grief. I don't even know if I should try to keep up with this. Guys, I'm sorry, we got really into the game. And hopefully you're seeing my screen now, Mark?
Yes.
All right, cool. So I believe Azagumo winds up here at the end of his 15.
Yeah.
All right. Before the call was cut off, did you see where Shirayuki got off the table?
Beautiful.
Sorry, so he failed that Recondo failed that rally check, and he had no engineering damage, so his flank speed was still 20, and he could get off the table. Down here to the southwest.
That's what the rest of them are going to try to do.
They're heading for the transports. That's okay, the sun will come up soon. Alright, cool. So there's the new line. Now it's a standard maneuver order, so there was no chance for me to disrupt. No worries. It now becomes my turn. Okay, so the first thing I gotta do is I gotta try to rally the Gwyn. So, the Gwyn. That actually is supposed to take place during the preparation phase. Small ships 6+. I think she has lost 2 hull points, so it becomes an 8+. Come on, Mr. Lee, do it! Nope, he barely fails. 7. So that ship is still broken off. Alright, so when I give the maneuver order, he's hauling ass. Alright, so
Okay.
Washington. Alright, so I'm going to do this right this time so I don't lose track. Oh, this thing is gone. Alright. Those are using ones. Okay, I am taking a radar controlled firing solution for the USS Washington. Are you going to try to disrupt?
Yes.
Okay, with how many actions?
I'm going to use 2 again.
Five, he makes it.
Okay.
Yay! This time it worked. Alright, the Gwyn is pretty much out of here, so she's not going to be doing any shooting. Until I rally her, so that's okay. Washington is putting everything that can fire into the Hiroshima.
Yeah.
I'll see what's up with my secondaries. I might shoot some of my secondaries back at those destroyers. Some of those destroyers are pretty hurting. They're no longer really broadsided, but I'll see what I can do. But my primaries. 6 primary guns. I have radar controlled, so I don't have to worry about that. Plus I'm within, I think, I'm not within 20. But I've got radar controlled, so I don't have to range in. 6 dice. Target number 4. Oh, hell yeah. I'll take that action. 4 hits. Hiroshima,
Nice.
you are no longer cherry. Alright, that is, I think, 5 points per hit. Because, of course, it is totally right.
D20.
You're supposed to roll it at the 7.
7. Okay, that's superstructure, I think.
Yep, 7. So at 2. Oh, there it is. Damage is capped at 2 per hit. Damn it. Stroke of luck. Here's the first 10. Damn it. The dice. Get in the box. Ugh. Okay, so 1, 2,
2.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hits so far. Make a quick note.
Yeah.
Cool, here comes another 10. Make sure I still only have 10. So just picked up a dice off the floor. There we go. Those 2 saved. Saved a little better on that one. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 hull points.
Yeah.
Boom! That's a little bit more like second Guadalcanal.
Yeah.
Alright, so that was... Okay, get back to here. So we're definitely at 6+. In number 12. Rudder is stuck. Roll 4. Port, center, or starboard, and +1 floating token. Cool, I started the flood. Alright, so we roll a d6 to see in which position your rudder is stuck. 1, it is stuck to port, so that ship is now turning nowhere but port for the rest of the game.
Okay.
She can no longer even travel in a straight line. Rudder is
Hood, or that's no, that's Bismarck, right? Bismarck.
I know the
Bismarck result here. Yeah,
I don't remember if
so.
it was port or starboard. It had
Yeah.
to be port because of which way she was turning generally. Yes.
Yeah, she was turning to the north,
Yep.
back into the.
I remember her rudder was
God,
stuck until I had like that little map of the Atlantic in my head. I was like, I don't know if she was turning
Yeah.
left or right.
Yeah,
think
because she was
about it
headed to
for
Brest.
Yeah, you think about it for 2 seconds. And I was like, duh, of course she's. Sorry. Okay, so what did we say? 12. All right, so
No,
12.
I had 14 down.
Oh, 14.
Yeah.
Let's do this a slightly easier way.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Look at that top row's gone.
1,
Right.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Yeah.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Crippled.
Yeah. So one broadside.
One broadside. That's the
Yeah.
lee that we're looking for, man. That's the lee we're looking for. I still lost because South Dakota's gone. But now I don't feel so silly. Okay, that was also 1, 2,
2, 3.
3 command boxes. Kondo gets a 6 for large ships. Has to roll above a 9. Dice tray is showing. It's live. Yep. 9 or up. He makes it.
Nice.
Kondo's like, you guys stay
Hang it.
firm.
Hang tough. Yeah.
Get that stick of dynamite, blow that rudder off. That
Like,
happened to
shoot
Hiroshima.
back.
Hiroshima lost steering. In fact, she lost her 2
Wow.
outboard propellers. She couldn't use her inboard propellers to turn.
Yeah.
Like auxiliary turn.
I think Haie did a couple of days before.
The same idea. I know a lot less about
Yeah.
that battle.
She went a bit adrift, I believe. So
Oh, she
something happened
she
there.
was crippled. Yeah, she got picked off the next day by
Yeah.
American warships or something. Okay, so secondaries. I literally only have 1 ship left. So secondaries, I don't even know if I'm in range. Secondaries are 30 centimeters, almost exactly. Cool, I'm in range. I'm going to fire secondaries at the first cruiser, Otago. Otago is a 5 to hit. Height doesn't matter. Range doesn't matter. Yeah, I think I'm
So
still at
is
5.
is radar? Yeah. So radar's on all of the gunnery, correct? At this point in time.
Ooh, I don't think that's true. That's actually a really good point. Because the
I
radar,
don't know how
radar
the system. I don't know how
I'm
the
almost
system-
positive you're right. Select a friendly ship. Does not need ranging shots. Oh, yeah, that's actually not right. So yeah,
Well,
it's the
I
same.
think in the game term, I mean, that's one of the abstractions of the game. The game is awarding the ship the whole radar gunnery, which, you know, that's the nature of the game as opposed to really strict simulation. If the game says ship, I would interpret that to mean
Yeah.
any of the batteries.
It is the whole.
on
It
the
is.
ship.
It is the whole ship.
It's the
I
whole
only have
ship,
1
so-
ship left. What I was
Yeah.
thinking about for a second was, normally your ship has more than 1 squadron because your commander is better than Oriskany Jim. And that radar only applies to 1 ship.
Yeah.
In the squadron, your whole squadron gets to shoot since it's a fire order, but you only get that extra bonus for 1 ship. So you pick, your best ship.
Yeah.
Okay, so to 10 5-inchers, they only do 1 point of damage each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Remember the D20 this time? I keep forgetting.
Yeah. And you need 5s or better.
It's still 5s.
to hit.
There's a bunch of
Yeah.
penalties and negatives, but they all cancel each other out. Looks like I only got 4 hits
4 hits on a 9.
on a 9. 9 is superstructure. No, it's not. I should have this table memorized by now. 9
Yeah,
is
it's-
more engine room.
Yeah.
But a different part. Oh, fuel line. Oh, I want to start a fire. Oh, it doesn't super matter. But before I forget, on top of
Do
everything else.
we have to do? Wasn't there a penetration here? Or
Yes.
Maybe not.
Yes, I forgot to put the flooding token on Kirishima. Is all I'm doing.
Yeah.
Yep, totally. So the reason he wants you to roll the d20 with your to hits is because it has an immediate impact on, depending on the armor.
Right.
So engine room, we're not at extreme range, so there's no penalty or bonus to the armor. So yes, we totally have to, because these aren't 16 inches, sadly.
Right.
These are regular. So my
5
penetration, yes, penetration of 7 versus your armor of 5. Oh god, only 1s or 2s are going to hit.
Yeah.
Actually, only 1s are going to hit. A 2 on top of 5 becomes a 7,
The tie.
which ties.
Yeah.
So only 1s. And I scored, what did I say, 4 hits?
Yes.
And, okay, so I need 1s to penetrate. Or technically I'm rolling your armor dice. I need you to roll
Yes.
1s to fail. Alright.
Yeah. I don't want to do
1.
that. Yeah. Okay, so 1. I can take 1.
Alright, so that's going to be 1 point of damage. Because 5 inches
On
only
the-
do 1 point of damage.
Yeah.
So back to.
You were on the attack.
Oh, I started a fire though. I'll take a fire.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fire, fire! You all know how good the Japanese warships are at fire
yeah.
suppression. Cool. So. Japan, Otago has 1 hit, 1 hit only.
1 hit. And is there something to notate a fire
Oh, yeah.
to put on that picture? Yeah.
It
There.
doesn't do any system damage. I didn't see. Let me check last time. I don't think it said anything. Fuel line, turbine, fire restart is all it does.
Yeah.
No engine damage. That's only if I did 3 to 5 or 6 plus. So I only
Right.
got to the 2 column, 1 to 2 column. Engine, no, not. I'm rolled a 9. So I did not. I missed here and I missed here on the chart. I did not do any engine damage. All I did was start a fire.
Yeah.
And that is it for my fire phase.
I'm going to return fire.
Bring it. Bring
Yeah,
all
so
that noise.
Now that I'm in range with the secondary battery, I could use my 5-inch,
Yep.
I guess, tertiary battery to put the star shell up. Yeah.
It's getting real bright out here.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now I've got Kirishima's going to fire back.
Okay. So that is.
And-
Oh, first of all, that's used up. This is your first order, right? No,
It is
second
my
order.
Second order. I moved in this turn.
You moved these guys, and now you're taking
Yeah.
your second order on a standard gunnery attack.
Correct.
Okay. I have taken Stroke of Luck and Radar Firing Solution.
Right.
Evasive action. Do you try to? You've used up all 3 of your dispersion tokens,
Yeah, I'm not used to
so I have to get a 2+ now. I failed. So evasive action.
Is not there.
Fail is no additional effect. Oh, that was a critical failure though. Succeeds, but the ship has broken off. The Washington has now broken off.
Oh.
Now I can rally because Lee's standing
Yeah.
right there. But technically, right now, the Washington is broken off. However, that evasion counter is still there.
Okay.
Now, Kirishima has not ranged in on Washington yet, has he?
No, this is a new.
Yep.
None of them are ranged in. This is all new.
Somebody hit the Washington twice with 8-inch guns. They just couldn't penetrate.
Well, that was in a different turn, and we switched. I believe we switched targets.
Pretty sure the Otago
uh,
and the Takao hit me last turn, but they just couldn't get through the armor.
Yeah.
Because they can't
Yeah,
get
they
through the
couldn't.
armor unless they hit the superstructure.
Yeah, I have them written down, the Otago and the
Yeah.
Takeo have both been, but on Kirishima, he's.
No, Kirishima missed.
Yeah, this is. So we're shooting Kirishima, so on the Kirishima, I lose half of my guns.
Yep.
So
And then I
think
have evasive action, which technically did succeed. I just have to unbreak off later. So it's going to be whatever you get with half your dice is only half the hits count.
Okay, that's fine. So we have, looking at the battleship, what do I have? 4 becomes
Hiroshima.
2. 4 becomes 2.
1, 2, 3. Yep, 2 dice. And it's forced to hit, and no other penalties apply because I'm illuminated, medium range.
Yeah. And then there's going to be 7 6-inchers. So we can do these 2 rolls.
Yep, so here comes the first 2.
Flip back to a card. Okay, so 4 becomes a 2 for the 14 inches.
Yep, you see my results? I think they both missed. You needed a 4+ to hit them.
And they both missed.
Is your stream getting choppy?
I have, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I have 7 becomes half goes down to a 4.
Yep, 4.
Yeah, with the 6-inchers.
Totally.
So I had 7.
7 goes down to 4, and the chance to hit is still a 4.
14 inches missed, but there's a 6-inch battery now.
Yeah, you're starting to break up. But,
so those 7 get halved to 4.
Yep.
And then that 4.
Holy crap! These dice suddenly got terrible on me. Are you seeing these dice results?
Okay, well there's a 6. That's a hit.
Yeah,
so
okay.
I'm ranged in now.
This is true. You
So I
are
got
ranged
1
in,
hit.
and that
I'll
goes
take
for
1
all
hit.
batteries.
Yeah.
It goes. Yeah, that transfers.
Yeah, so I'll take the 1 hit. That gets. So now we're all ranged in on you.
Cool. All right. Meanwhile, well, we need to see where it is.
Yeah.
19. So I don't think that's getting through.
Nah, that's
Power of
something.
8. Literally, no, power of 7. Your power is less than my armor. You have to roll like a -1. Or I
Yeah,
have to roll
that's
this.
fine.
It's not, but it is arranged in there.
Okay, and then the Takeo, let's see, the Tiago is the next ship in line. He is ranged
Yep,
in.
he has to use all his
Or
guns.
she is.
1, 2, 3. It's 8.
Yeah. Okay. So what's? Well, they're both ships are that way. Let's see.
Yep.
And then there's actually 4 or 5 inches too on each ship. So there's 8 inches and 4 5 inches.
There's a
So
lot
we
of
can go back.
There's a lot of muzzle flashes.
Yeah, I know. We're getting
so-
in close now.
Here's the Itago's main 8-inchers.
Yeah.
3 hits in sector 10, unless that comes out to 1 through. 3 hits in sector 10. I don't think that's superstructure.
I don't think so.
No.
What is it?
In other words, I don't think it's getting through the armor.
Yeah. So I could do a stroke of luck right now and re-roll that.
Yes.
I think I will. That's quite a few hits. Maybe I can get something else. That's engine room, so yeah. I'm really looking for superstructure.
Yeah, superstructure is the only thing that's going to do any damage. Because that's the only thing that's going to give a penalty to my armor. My armor is an 8. So if your penetration is a 9, which I think it was for the 8-inchers. Yeah.
Yeah.
And when I roll my dice, I roll a 1. 1 plus 8 is a 9. You literally can't beat it. So you have to. You want to use a stroke of luck. I've never used any command disruption tokens. I will use 2, just to see if I can close that down.
Okay.
Let's keep track of that. Now that does cost you an order. So this is going. Oh, I gotta do better job. I'm on the wrong stupid turn. Sorry.
Let's see. I've done 1 maneuver and 1 fire. So
I
move that one. Yeah, just move that one there down.
I was on the wrong tab. So the tokens are on the wrong place. Okay, I will spend 2 dice to disruption out of my 3 disruption tokens. So now your target number of 1+ becomes a 3+.
Okay.
When I was first reading these new rules, I was like, why the hell do you literally bother to put a 1+ target number? Then I read the next page and I was like, that makes sense. All right, so you need a 3+ now.
Okay.
A 3. You barely got it. All right, cool.
Okay.
So you use it to re-roll the hit location.
Right. So I need a new 20-sider roll. Looking for
1.
low.
There you go.
1. There it is. That worked.
Now I
Okay.
lost track of, what was that, like 4 hits?
It was 3 hits,
Okay.
and this chase is going to be superstructure.
3 hits on number 1, which is way up there. Oh no, deck ammo, you're gonna start a fire. Okay, so, cool. Damage always fails on a 1 or a 2. You said there was only 3 hits?
3 hits.
Okay, so 3 chances at a 1 or a 2. That's, you're hoping for me, these are technically my dice. I'm hoping, or you're hoping that I fail this. So you want me to fail on a 1 or a 2. 3 dice. That's 1 point of damage each. That's 1. So that does get to the 1 to 2 damage caused. Fire is started. So Washington is no longer completely unscathed. Ping, and starts a fire on deck.
Yeah.
Oh no! Which means I have to fight
I'll
that
take
fire.
it.
All right.
I'll take it.
Now we go to. We're still on the.
Because I have 4 5-inch shots.
Yep.
to
Yeah, we're
take
still on the
with
Otago. So the Otago has 4 5-inchers that are now in range. Same
Yeah, and
chance.
let's just look at the D20 and see if it even gets in there.
Yeah, we might as well. Well, let me just roll the d20. 3. More
Oh, it's
superstructure.
in. So 2 more.
And you just
2
got
more
2 hits. So 2 chances to fail on a 1 or a 2. Neither of them fail.
Okay.
So that's the Otago's
So then-
secondaries. We do the same thing for the Takao. She has an identical
8.
suite. She's
Yeah,
also ranged
8,
in.
8 and
She's
3. Yeah.
the full whack. So rolling the d20 with it. A lot of misses, and they hit 13s.
Okay.
So-
And then we have 4. Yeah, it isn't going to matter anything there. And then 4 for 5 inches. Because the 13 is going to stop the armor.
Yeah. 19. I don't think that hits the belt.
Okay.
So 19 is.
That's down near
These
the
are
magazine.
great hits if they're just big enough to get through the friggin'. Reduce armor by 1, but only for an extreme range, which we're not.
Right.
All right, so that's it for gunnery, I believe. You've spent 3 actions. I've spent 3 actions. I think we're out of actions unless anyone wants to spend admiral actions.
Well, I'm not going to spend an admiral action, but I believe I have to take a compulsory move.
Oh yeah, we're entering that phase now.
Yeah.
So once we
yeah.
declare that we're done with our activations, we go to what's called the remaining actions phase, of which compulsory movement is a part. And here is where everything happens that didn't require an action. All right, yeah. So these guys move half their speed, which is 7.5. Oh, I see what you were asking before. Whether or not they would make that turn, because technically there's no turns in compulsory movement. Yeah, it just makes sense. If I understood your question correctly.
To make the turn on the same, if their orders follow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's 5.
So the Takao is going to come down 7, and then the Otago is going to follow it. Yeah.
Yeah, technically, this, and there may be a special case that I'm missing, where he does address this, but we got it. It's fine.
Well, this guy here, the Kirishima, now is stuck to port. So I would make him go 5, and then take the 90-degree port move, wouldn't it?
Well,
because he's got a rudder stuck.
Oh, he's
Remember,
not
he's got
able.
a
Yeah,
damaged
yeah,
rudder.
he's got damaged rudder. That's right.
So he's got to go back to where he started.
That's where he
He's got to
started.
go 5 forward. Yeah, 5 forward, and then do a port, a 90-degree port turn.
He's turning right towards us. He's literally doing a Bismarck.
Yeah,
You
that's
realize
right.
you're turning right towards
So there's
us,
5
right?
toward us, and then
90 degrees.
which is okay. I keep hitting the right side for one more turn. and 90 degrees, and then I've got about 2.5 to go forward right there.
Yep, which I did.
Yeah.
All right.
Perfect.
My guys all moved already, so they don't take compulsory action. I have no... well, both my ships are broken off now, so I have to do some rallies. Cool, so I think that ends turn 4. Sorry, I did forget one small thing. 2 small things. We passed the, during the same remaining actions phase, fire fighting 4+ to put out the fire.
Okay.
4+ did put out the fire.
That's okay.
There was flooding here somewhere. Okay, so the Otago. What is the... Oh, the Otago has a fire on her.
Here.
Okay, so the Otago has to roll a 4+ to put out the fire.
Okay.
If she
Hiroshima
fails,
has flooding.
that's flooding.
Okay.
Same thing. So the same basic mechanic applies both ways. You get a 4+ per token. So if you make it, you just remove it. If you fail, it does another hull point. If a natural 1 is rolled, another fire token. Fire actually spreads.
Yeah.
So get the camera back in focus.
Yep. We're good.
Except it's not. It doesn't really matter at this point. All right. Come on, camera, give me a break. All right, so here's for the Otago. A 1. I'm so sorry. This is what you get when you let me
That's
roll your
okay.
dice.
So another fire starts.
So it the fire was already there, so it does the whole point, and now there is another fire. The fire is being spread.
That's fine.
Right, for the flooding on the Kirishima. The Otago's doing about as good as my camera is.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, cool. So here we go with a 4+ for the flooding. Another 1. Dude, I'm rolling these. I'm rolling these live.
Does it create another flood or just does damage? Yeah. Okay.
Now, the new flooding thing does not create a second point yet. It will next turn.
Yeah.
You don't get double dip like that.
Yeah.
All right, so the Kirishima's about out of gas. Nice. Because at the end of the next turn, if you don't get rid of these floodings, that's 2 more points of damage.
Right. So then now you have do you have to do your command check for retiring?
That is at the beginning of turn 5. That's
Next
part of the
turn,
prep
okay.
phase, which we are about to get to.
Okay.
Guys, I know I'm not keeping up with the chat. This game's getting like absurd.
Go ahead and catch up on some.
I'm surprised anyone's still here. I'm so sorry, everybody. IJ in damage control, says Rasmus. More like damage out of control. Well, yeah. It's historically accurate. Their damage control is... and this game doesn't really give the Japanese any penalties to damage control. They give other navies bonuses that they withhold from the Japanese, so the effect is kind of the same.
Yeah. But I don't have bombs stacked on my flight deck and open fuel.
And you did refuse to throw your long lances overboard.
Yes, I was never going to do that. Never entered my mind.
I would never do that. Okay, so we're in the preparation phase. Actually, technically we're in the initiative phase, so let's do that first. Japanese have initiative, so let's remember that. And we go to the preparation phase, and that's when I try to rally these two. Washington needs a... Washington's in good shape. She just failed on a fluke, on a special order critical failure. 5+, she's got
Here's
no
the mind
damage.
killer.
Do it. Oh, hell yeah. Please, like, you turn around before I hit somebody. And now for the Gwyn, which I have to roll a 6 + 2, 8+. This is going to be tougher. Boxcars, baby. The Americans have rallied. We're going to turn this game around, folks. Ugh. Okay, so that's it for prep phase. None of your guys are... Oh, apologies. Let's go back to turn 4 for a second. Well, you rolled a 1 anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered. Instead of rolling against that flooding, you can roll to fix the rudder.
Oh, yeah, I would
you roll to
definitely.
fix the system, but we rolled a 1 anyway, so.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So it would have gone to, what would the 1 have applied to? Nothing. It would have been nothing, and the flood would have
That's
continued.
actually a really good question. Because you're not trying to fix the flooding.
It's okay, but
Yeah,
you
no,
know,
but
for
now I'm
this
actually
game,
quite-
it's fun.
Now I'm actually kind of curious. Damage control. Oh my god.
But there is a mechanic for that. But at this point in time, I'd rather we can push on because
Okay, damage. Okay,
I
no worries.
have a feeling when you hit me with 20 shots again this turn, Kirishima is not going to be there, so it's a
Well, I certainly hope not.
yeah. So we'll see.
All right, so turn 5, you have initiative. You have 3 orders. I have 3 orders. Let me remember to clean off the dashboard this time, so I don't get all bamboozled.
Yeah.
All right, and then yeah, it's over to you for your first action.
Okay. So you want to click drive then? There we go. Okay. So my first action is going to be a move action, I believe.
This is what I was looking at. I knew there was a rule for it somewhere. Special ship crews, Japanese only, may re-roll missed hits. That's the special rule. I knew it was in there somewhere. So you use that when you make a roll, and it. But no worries.
Well, let me see. The board. Maybe I'll take a shot. I have a feeling Kirishima's going to go down anyway, and might as well die in a blaze of glory, right?
You are Japanese, so.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you know. So, is the Kirishima in?
The one thing that's saving me is that because of that force port turn, I don't think you're broadsided anymore.
I mean, yeah. Look at see if I'm. It looks like if I'm 45 degrees, it looks like I maybe still am.
I will try it. Oh yeah, I apologize.
So, because I've just got it.
Here is center line of the ship. Close enough.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah,
That should be like right off of the.
There we go.
I'm,
That's the center
I'm
line of
following
the ship.
if I'm following that grid that's superimposed there, I believe. Looks like I'm there.
We're taking a real precise measurement here, folks. Okay, cool. So it's a little bit north of that, but you still might have it. Center dot and base it right there on the bottom of that line. Oh, come on. Yeah, barely. You've got, well, not
Yeah.
really barely. Yeah, you do.
Well, I'll just go ahead and fire then, since I've got you in there. I was thinking I probably wasn't, but
It's close.
once I looked at it close, it looked like it probably was. So
Yeah.
so let's go ahead and
I
open up
didn't
fire.
want to go by the grid line because you're not moving southeast at exactly 135,
Right.
but it's close. And sure enough, even when you take that into account, anything
Yeah.
north of that line is in the broadside arc.
Yeah. So I'll fire broadsides with everyone. They're all ranged in, so I'm rolling full dice.
Cool. So
time.
this is a fire order, normal fire order. I cannot disrupt.
Yeah.
Hiroshima, 4 batteries first, 14 inchers, 2
And-
plus 2. Let's get the 14
And then
inchers.
do I have to announce if I'm going to use stroke of luck? Because I still have 2 of Kondo's actions.
I think
Would I do
stroke
that
of
now, or do I do it after I roll?
stroke of luck is to re-roll any of your rolls.
Okay. Okay.
So when I throw these, then you can say I want that roll, or I'm going to make you redo that. Then you can use another one of your regular order tokens, or one of Kondo's Admiral's orders.
Okay. So let's go ahead and start with the four 15 inches.
Yep. Okay. A 5-inch shell drops the star shell, and then here we go. So you're illuminated, but cool. So the 5-inchers won't get to shoot, but the 6-inchers will. Here come the 14-inchers. Chance to hit because they're star shells is back down to a 4. And that's 2 hits this time.
Nice. And a location? Let's see where they...
I always do that.
Oh, yeah.
11.
11. I don't know what that is.
Engine room.
Engine room. I don't know if my armor... Will my gunnery grate through the armor of that?
There's a chance. Your 14 inches haven't hit very many times so far, so we haven't really done it. But your power is 11. My armor is an 8.
So you need 3s or higher.
Yep.
Yeah, let's roll.
That was,
so that's a 1 or 2 gets through to engine.
Now
you
hit twice, right? They do 3 damage each, so it's a total of 6 dice. So 6 dice, and
1s and
1s and 2s get through. Because a 3 beats. Yeah, so you want a 1 or a 2, or you want a 1 or 2. I want a 3+.
Right.
That's 2 hits. Right, so 2 points of damage. So no shell got completely through, but some shrapnel and fire and so on did get through. That's a total of 2 points in the engine room. That was number 11 because there's different engine rooms.
Right.
11, propeller shaft. Okay, I have engine damage now. So I've lost some speed. So you kind of have to go, like engine room is this big block, but that can be anything. You rolled specifically an 11. Did 2 points of effective damage after armor checks. Engine damaged. So, and also 2 hull points. So back to
that'll drop you from a 15, I think.
Yep. Those 2 are filled in. And I've now dropped from a 15 down to a 10. I've lost some speed.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see if the 5-inchers can do anything.
Well, the 5-inchers were firing the smoke shells, I'm assuming.
Or the 6-inchers,
shells.
I'm sorry.
The 6-inchers.
Yeah.
You've got quite a few of them. 7, holy crap. Ranged in, so they all fire.
Yeah. 4,
same
5.
chance to hit.
4. Yeah.
Holy crap. They better.
Oh, there we go.
D20. This might be where Kondo gets the 15. Do you want to re-roll that? With stroke of luck?
Yeah, that's probably, we've got to do
Has
that.
Kondo already used his hit location? He gets to do that once a game for free. It's his
No,
I don't think he's used it yet.
No, I haven't used that. I used one of his commands.
Yeah. But a Kondo special power or whatever, once per game, re-roll a hit location.
Yeah, we'll do the re-rolling of the hit location.
Right, this does not cost you a special order, and I do not get to disrupt it. 13. Still in the engine room.
I could do a stroke of luck, so...
13 is water and hit, so there's no change to the armor. And triple check. This is the 6-inchers, right?
Yeah.
6-inchers.
Probably not enough to get through.
Are power 8, my armor is 8, yeah. You literally have to roll a 0. Actually a 0, but also a -1.
Okay, so let's go to the 8-inch batteries, which I believe are 8 guns. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah, 8 guns. So I have 8 guns on the Atago for 4, 5s, and 6s.
Yep. And again, I'll roll the D20 with us, and really only if the D20, I should say the D20, I'll roll the D20 with us, and really only if the D20 comes up 1 through 7 doesn't really matter. Because everybody's ranged in now, right?
Everybody's ranged in.
Yeah, so 17, there's plenty of hits, but they all hit the belt. That's it for Atagos.
Could I use I'd have to use my last.
Oh.
I've already done that once. I can't do stroke of luck again, correct?
You're using it on a different sheet.
And I'm going to try and re-roll.
Are we ready to go to Otago's secondary batteries?
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, we have 4 or
dice.
5 injuries there, so
Right, with the
4
D20.
dice.
Looking for a 1 through a 7.
Yeah.
A 1, they hit, and then you scored 2
1.
hits. So 2 chances
Yeah.
at a 1 or a 2, basically. And that's a hit.
Yeah.
All right, and that was on area number 1. Again with the
Okay,
fire.
cool.
Oh my God, I just put that fire out.
Yeah, beautiful.
You started it up again.
Okay, that's good.
1 point of damage, fire. That'd be another whole point.
You started.
I literally just put this fire
Nice.
out. You're like, dude, it's going to take like 6 months, but you're nickel and diming Washington down a little bit. Okay, I think that wraps up Otago. We then go to Takao.
Yeah.
Same
So I
general
have
idea.
8. Yeah, 8 inches.
And again with a 4. There you go. So,
Yeah, beautiful. So I got
there's
one
only one
hit
hit.
there.
But hey, okay, so 1 chance at a 1 or a 2.
Yeah.
That's a 1. Oh my God! All of a sudden,
Yeah, boom.
that was at what was that? Like a 3 or something? I forget what the D20 said before I knocked it over. I know it was less than a 7.
I think it was a 3. Yeah.
Pretty sure it was a 3. All right, so 3 is superstructure. Searchlights disabled. Oh no! You destroyed my searchlights. That's okay, but it's still a hull point.
Yeah, I'll take it. Ding, 1 more for McMahon check.
I can picture Lee like in front of all of his radar equipment, and like the ensign
Yeah.
runs in. Sir, we've lost our searchlights. You're really gonna bother me with that shit. You don't
Good
need
that we gained any
searchlights.
speed.
I'm surprised they
Be
haven't
later.
been removed and make room for more anti-aircraft guns. So why do we still have searchlights?
That's good. So we have 4 more 5 inches.
We have Takao secondary batteries. Keep hitting that superstructure, man.
I know. This is what we're looking for.
Hey, 20.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah.
so that
Okay.
would be an awesome. That's a magazine hit. That would be awesome if it wasn't behind a
Yeah.
foot of steel. I think that
Okay,
is
so
it
that's
for that
it.
fire phase.
Yeah, it is.
Over to Mr. Oriskany Jim, who is commanding the Washington. And I want to turn my main guns on these stupid light cruisers, or heavy cruisers, but my 5-inchers can't sink the Kirishima by themselves, so I'm going to have to go ahead and take radar firing solution. Literally my favorite order. And again, I am playing Chingli here. All right, so radar firing solution. Are you going to spend any disruption on that?
I'm going to spend 2
Okay.
on that.
I mean, I am ranged in, so it will reapply the nighttime bonus if I fail this. All right, so my chance is now a 4. So my point is there's still a point to do this.
Yeah.
And I got a 3, so I failed. All right, but that was a failure against the adjusted number, not the base number, so it's not a critical failure. So if I
Right.
fail, it's normal gunnery. Basically, I don't get the benefit of radar firing solution. I'm already ranged in. However, you are now still in darkness. So I have to add 1. Your chance to hit now is a 5+ instead of a 4+.
Correct, yeah.
So I believe I got 6. Make sure I'm not screwing this up. 4 and 2, yep. I'll take 3 hits. So that is 3 times 5
That's 15.
is
Yeah,
15.
15.
Oh, shit. Oh, a 19. That's a nice spot, too. All right, this is going to be a glorious end of the Kirishima here.
Probably the end of the Kirishima.
19 is primary weapon
Valor will
system.
be looking for it someday, I think.
Okay, yeah. I'll go through this super fast because I don't want to. The stream's already been going on quite a while. I have 15. Where are the rest of my dice? I need more dice! Alright, 10 was all I had. So here's the first 10. My penetration, I believe, is 12. 12. Armor for the Kirishima is 7. So you need 5 ups to save. Here's the first 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. She sinks.
Yeah.
And then a bunch of others hit. All right,
Glorious
cool.
end.
And that is it for now. My secondary guns are going to engage a different target. I honestly don't remember. Did I score any? I must have, because she's on fire. So the 5 inches are ranged in against your Atago. However, you're now in darkness because I failed my radar check, so your target number goes up to a 6. And I have 10 dice. Cool. 10 dice against the 6. I score 2 hits in number 7. So that is a super structure.
Yeah.
Awesome. So the armor goes down 2. Armor is a 5, goes down to a 3.
3. Yeah. You're like a 7, aren't you?
7. So 4 ups to
save.
Well, 4 ups to get through. Oh no, it's a save. You're right.
Yeah,
so
4 ups to save.
Yep. 1, 2, and that was shit. What was it? 3 hits? I can't even remember.
No, there was 4 hits there.
Okay, cool. Thank you. 4. I need because we add 3 to all these. Oh, sure. Okay, 3 becomes a 4. That fails because you're trying to beat a 7. 2 becomes a 5. That fails. A 4 becomes a 7. That ties. A 3 becomes a 6. That fails because we're adding 3 to all these. Yeah. So I think it's 3 hits.
Correct.
3 hits on area number 7. I do remember that. Area number 7 is AA mounts. 3 hits. I'm up on the second area. AA is disabled. So whatever AA has, that ship is just lost. Damaged means you marked off a box. Disabled means you take off the system. So it's 3 more damage points on Mr. Atago. Which forces a command check. And AA just isn't a thing anymore.
Yeah.
All right, so command check for Atago is going to be 7+, because he has a 6 on all classes of ship, +1 for 1 command box passed. He fails with a 5.
Okay. So
that ship is now broken off. This battle's starting to look a little more familiar. Let's see the historical result. Minus poor Mr. This one right here. Minus poor Mr.
South Dakota. Yeah.
Which doesn't really strike me as that weird. I don't, again, they tell me in the sources like 30, 34 torpedoes. How the hell every one of them missed, I don't know. Japanese torpedoes were actually pretty good. All right, that wraps up Mr. Washington. Mr. Gwynn is now rallied. I don't think my 5 inches can do very much, but whatever, I'll take a poke. Maybe I'll score some more. Can't believe Gwynn is still in. Although I have lost some of my guns. 1, 2, 3, 4 only. She is not ranged in. And I failed the check, so I'm only going to roll 2 dice. Chance for the ship goes from a 5 to a 6. She misses. Alright, that's it for my gunnery.
Okay.
Over to your next activation.
Let's see here.
Got 1 normal order left.
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and do a normal I guess maybe I could do a hard turn, which would allow one ship to do 90-degree turn, and then the rest. Is that right?
Well, one ship gets to make two 90-degree turns. So one ship gets to end up basically full about if he chooses.
Yeah.
So the normal
if I just
rule-
do a basic maneuver, each ship could turn up to 90 but not exceed 90. Just 190, correct?
Okay, so if you take a normal turn, you can take all the turns you want as long as there's 5 inches between each turn and your final heading is not more than 90 degrees. With hard turn, your final heading can be up to 180 degrees away from where it was.
Okay, so I'll just go ahead and take a normal maneuver.
Okay.
And I'm going to take the Takao, I guess, directly forward. What is it, 5, and then through the opening there.
Yep.
Between Guadalcanal and the island.
You're like in pirate water now.
That's right. That's okay.
Yeah, so he comes down this way, boink, and then he turns pretty hard. That's like another 5, and then before he hits the island again, he can make another turn, something like that.
Yep. And that's how it goes, basically following.
He can do that as long because he's going to wind up further away from the enemy. Is the general. So there's 5, roughly another 5. And then there's like his last 5, something like that. Correct me if I'm doing anything.
No, that's about it. And then we have to move Kirishima.
Has to move. Just whatever she does, she has to wind up making a 90-degree port turn.
Right. So she got to go 5 forward and then do a 90-degree and do 2.5 forward from there. I think is what we were doing.
Yeah, that's in compulsory move if you want to just leave her in compulsory move, which you can do if you want. Because it's just whether or not she's going to be no longer... Oh, Kirishima's sinking.
Yeah. Okay, because we don't have to move her now. Okay, so just let's leave. Yeah, that's fine. That's good right there then.
I forgot about that. My biggest accomplishment in the game I forgot about. Well, besides losing to South Dakota. That was fun. Okay, so that was all of your normal moves. I have 2 normal moves left. So I will now just do the historical thing. You know what? Just for fun, Big Jim Oriskany is doing a hard turn. We're coming full about. It's a 2+. You've got 1 disruption order left.
I'll do a disruption on that.
3rd and last disruption. That now becomes 3+ to do it.
Yeah.
A 1, I fail. A critical fail. Normal turn, and now my rudder is stuck.
Uh-oh.
For the turn. Rudder is stuck for the turn.
Maybe we'll be... I'm no longer circling, so you're starting to circle.
Well, yeah, but its rudder is stuck for the turn. It automatically repairs at the end of the phase.
Okay.
But
do you have to move 5 forward, and do we have to roll a direction of this?
Oh no, so my turn happens. I was going hard to port. Sorry, hard to starboard. My idea was to come to full about, but since I failed, I don't get that. Also, my speed is reduced. I gotta remember. I'm only moving at 10. Now, normally, if I had made that roll, I would get to turn again now.
Yeah.
I failed, and now my rudder is stuck the way it was temporarily. It is stuck to starboard, but it's not like damaged.
Right.
This guy totally does the same thing. One, he's following. 2, then he'll make the 90-degree turn.
And I think you would have gone out of my star shell range. in that movement too.
I think we're pretty much done
Yeah.
shooting anyway.
Yeah.
So right above. Okay, there it is. The corner is right through the sea. Okay, I'm just trying to make sure it's in the exact same place.
Yeah, I think it doesn't matter. You're probably
So
out of there.
corner through the sea. And it goes up a little bit. Actually, no, I'm still in it. Because
okay.
I'm trying to plot it where it was in the exact same place last time. Going by that
Yeah.
corner and where it goes through the sea and Cape Esper.
I see it. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I think I'm wrong turn, dummy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still in it.
Now I was going to make a port turn with the other guys, but I don't actually have an action to do that. So those guys haven't.
You can
moved
either
at
just
all.
use compulsory movement, in which case they move forward at half their speed, or you can use admiral
Condos
orders from
last
condos.
I'll do the admiral's orders.
Okay.
So that'll be my last admiral's order. So I'll move. Let's see. I'm moving at a speed of 20 right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So I'll go forward 5, and then do one port turn 90 degrees, and move forward 15 with the other two ships following in line.
All right, so forward 5, 90-degree turn to port, you said?
Yeah.
And then the other 15.
Nice.
They're fast.
Yeah, they are fast. The one guy still got one torpedo left. The other way around. Was Esaguma
Oh, yeah.
was up.
I think I got them reversed.
Yeah. Okay.
There's lots of clutter in the way.
Oh man, I tell you, I was just generally trying to get the heck out of here. The destroyers aren't going to hang around too long with the battleship.
The only thing with a battleship is because I don't think he lets you divide up your turrets. You can only
Yeah.
sink them so fast.
Yeah.
Maybe to a turn.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't have been practical. It wouldn't have been realistic to run off, with trying to retire generally north back toward Rabaul to run the other around the island, around Guadalcanal. So I thought, well, I'll try to turn back up.
Yeah, either that or you're going to try to follow Sendai and try to go around the east side of Sebo Island.
That's what I'm going to try.
Yeah, because
to do.
I mean, okay, as long as you're off the board, you're cool. But honestly, if you keep heading southeast, the morning's going to come and the Cactus Air Force.
Oh
is
yeah,
gonna say
absolutely. Yeah, that's the reason why I'm turning this way. So, okay, so then we don't have any compulsory moves, do we? Because everything
We've got no compulsory movement. Everybody has fire or doesn't have range. I mean, all your small ships, those 3 destroyers, everything's blocked. Otherwise, they would have rapid fire.
Right. The new turn.
All our other guns have fired. So we do have other things to do in the remaining actions phase. There's a lot of damage control.
Yeah.
So I gotta try to put out this stupid fire. maybe I'll repair my searchlights. I'm gonna try to put out this fire before something bad happens to me. 6 fires put out. Again. Stop setting my ship on fire. Gwyn. Oh shit! I'm moving the Gwyn around like she's crippled. Shit. Okay, the Gwyn is going to. I do have orders left. Shit, I still have a regular order left. Regular order says keep her afloat. 3 plus. You've got all 3 of your disruptions already spent, so this just goes through on a 3 plus. Come on, do not sink my own ship. I just sunk my own ship. I think I literally just. I think I just sank my own ship.
Yeah, that's
yep.
okay.
I did 1 point of damage on myself. My keep her afloat roll. That was just enough to sink her. Good job, Captain. Oh, man. That still only counts as 1.
That's.
All right, so Gwyn is now out of gas. My turns are going to get really quick now. Okay, so that's it for damage control.
I think I have something on Atago. I think the Atago's got some damage on him.
Atago's got 2 fires, so you get 1d6 per fire. Then again, I rolled 2 1s on your damage control stuff, so it's only, it's only fair. Yeah. Today is not anyone's night for damage control. All right, so 2 d6s for 1 for each fire token. Oh, they're both out. So good job.
Oh, beautiful.
And now that they're both out,
nice.
They do not do additional fire damage.
Yeah,
so
good.
That settles in there. Do you want to try to repair any of this stuff? You can't repair hull points with this anti-air, anti-air. Yeah.
No. I'm going to try to get to turn 6 and get out of here.
Cool. Let's go to flyer flood damage. No torpedoes in the water. Remove smoke and flares. No torpedo hits. I've done plenty enough on damage control. My damage control has not been good to me this game. I'll catch the rest later, says John. Good game, gents. Yeah, this game went way too long.
Thanks.
4.5 hours so far.
Yeah, well, that was good. I mean, I honestly, if you want to take some pot shots at me with Washington, I would probably just concede the fact that 1 destroyer is going to get sunk.
That would be like turn 6. Yeah, turn 5 or something.
Yeah.
Turn 6.
Because I think I've got enough. I've got enough islands in between Washington and my heavy cruisers to not make a line of sight possible.
Yeah, they're definitely going to escape. And
if I get the initiative, I could actually possibly get. I don't think I can get Savo Island between me and the Washington, so I'm going to lose.
You might with flank speed. All ships get an extra 5 inches. You go to 25 speed.
Yeah.
That's if it succeeds.
Because you're down at 10.
Yep.
I think I'm going to lose 1 guy for sure.
Yeah, because you're going to wind up right here at the top of this.
Yeah.
Well, if you make it, you're now behind the wreck of Aragami. I still can't shoot through that.
Yeah.
All right, so super fast, turn 6. We just wrap things up. Go through.
Let's just roll an initiative and see if I get the initiative. That's probably what I'm going to do is bug out and get behind there.
You do have initiative. All right, so
Yeah.
flank speed is a 2 plus. I tried to cancel your order with applied tactics. You try to cancel my applied tactics with your disruption tokens. So 2 becomes a 4. I rolled a 2. My adapted tactics just failed. That means your order goes through. 25 is up here. That's 1, 2,
That's 20.
25.
Yeah, so they go. Yeah,
Because you
but
have-
that's only measuring 20. Yeah.
Oh, here's 20, and there's 5 more.
Oh, okay. You got. Oh, yeah. I see what you did. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So 2 of them definitely get away.
Yeah.
Because now you're behind this wreck, and then Washington probably sinks this last one. to
Yeah.
Suzuki.
That's the way I kind of.
Yeah. Turns out you were correct. So I only get to move 10, and then I have to fire. So it would be 1 order. Dodge the Preston. And make a little bit of a turn there. And then my second order, technically my third order, because I failed on adaptive tactics, would be to sink Terazuki.
Yeah.
Which I don't think would be
And
a
I think
problem.
that's. I mean, I think that's a great place.
Totally.
I mean, it's been a long video, but that's a great place to stop it.
Yeah.
I mean, you can kind of weigh what happened here, I think.
Yeah.
So I escaped 2 heavy cruisers and 2 destroyers and slightly damaged Washington.
Which, yeah, Washington took a lot more damage than she did historically. And hell yeah, Fort South Dakota took more damage than she did historically.
Yeah.
South Dakota, man, got hit with, what was it, like 5 long-range torpedoes?
Yeah.
4 or
Yeah,
5?
it was 5.
It was a lot. Holy crap, guys. Thanks everybody for coming out. I know this stream went like hella long. I know I didn't do the best job of keeping up with the chat, but if anyone's still with us, thanks very much for coming out. Very much appreciated. And yeah, that was another look at Naval War by Henrik Jan Seijmonsbergen. Again, hopefully I'm saying that right. The link to his game should be in this video. Just in case it isn't, I'll put it in there later. But since I'm still streaming, there's nothing crazy going on in my search history here. No worries. NavalWar.com. There we go. So you do have to put the dash in there. Naval-War.com. This is his website. Once you join his community or you register, it literally doesn't cost anything. He doesn't try to ask for your social security number or your credit card information or anything like that. Then you can start to download all this stuff, all the cards for it. You know, everything gets unlocked once you join his community, and it's getting better. It's always been a great game. I've enjoyed it since 2017. It's now he's on version 1.5, and everything is free to download. So like hundreds, I'm not kidding when I say that's not hyperbole, hundreds of data cards, orders of battle, for different battles. He's got a fleet builder spreadsheet in here where you can build your own fleet super fast. He's got all of his templates and so on in here. For example, counters and templates. Yeah, he's got all the stuff. I've already downloaded it, so it's not going to let me download it again. Actually, no, I don't want to download it again. Just show me it. Never mind. Yeah, check it out. All the pieces that I made in here were scaled to be the same size that he has. So, you know, I don't make the same game work twice. This is one of the huge mistakes I made in Savo Island. This game runs on centimeters. I played that game physically. I have 1 to 1800 miniatures, so centimeters sounded dumb because a friggin' battleship is now, well, there's no heavy battleships in that game, but even a heavy cruiser in Savo Island is like 2 miles long. So I went with inches. The problem is I did not resize his torpedo templates. So his torpedo templates were still in centimeters. Everything else was moving around in inches. The Japanese got totally nerfed in that game. Because without the torpedoes, the Japanese don't really stand too much of a chance. And yeah, but this game we actually did it right. Anyway, all his stuff is free to download if you join his community. I definitely recommend it. The rules seem a little tricky at first, especially his command dashboards. It makes sense once you work through it, and it allows you a lot of flexibility to do not only gunnery battles like this, but aircraft carrier battles, submarine versus convoy engagements, anti-submarine sweeps, and amphibious landings. That's why his game had to get a little bit expansive in order to get arms around all these different naval concepts. So definitely got a risky recommendation on that one. Thanks very much, Rasmus. Definitely appreciate it. Thanks for sticking with us. Yeah, I know it's almost 7 o'clock here, so we probably got to get going.
Yeah. Hey, well, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Hey, Mark, thanks very much for helping us out with content creation. We definitely appreciate it.
Yeah. Hey, thank you.
All right, guys, that's going to wrap us up. Tango Mike, as always, for listening. This is Oriskany Jim. We are rounds complete. Yeah, thanks again. Don't work too hard on the week coming up, and we'll be in touch very soon. Take care, everybody. We'll